And I believe our sound equipment, our audio visual equipment is all set up and ready to go. And we so appreciate our staff that came down from Atlanta to make that happen. Good afternoon. I'm Senator Nan Orrock from Senate District 36 in Fulton County, and I'm very pleased to have been appointed to chair this study committee that is tackling big issues and important issues for our state. And we want to welcome all of you who have joined us here at Georgia College and State University. It's a real opportunity to be on the grounds of this beautiful campus and to draw from the expertise that's located right here in Milledgeville, beginning with my colleague to my left, Senator Rick Williams, who represents the good people of Baldwin County and probably several other counties as well. And Senator Max Burns, the chair of higher education, on which I'm privileged to serve, and a leader in so many ways of on this issue and on the issue of higher education, and a former college president. My staff here from the Capitol, Cindy Wells is with us. I want to thank all the staff here that work under President Cox and that work for the state that have put their shoulders to the wheel to bring this expertise together and give us the opportunity to take this study committee and do a deep dive into understanding the needs of and the facts that we've unearthed as we've begun to study this issue. I was introduced to this issue of access to post-secondary education and affordability issues by people that were counselors at the high school level, seeking opportunities for their students to pursue higher education. And that was 9 years ago. And we've had a chancellor, Chancellor Hank Huckabee, who urged us. He said the biggest game changer that the legislature and the governor could do is to create needs-based financial aid. And he was tireless in pursuit of that during his tenure he had advised Zell Miller when Governor Miller did the Hope Scholarship, the historic and wonderful Hope Scholarship, which has plowed just uncountable dollars into higher education that's based on academic performance. We have learned that Georgia and New Hampshire are the only two states that don't provide any significant financial aid that's needs-based. We have learned in past meetings that 48 states in the country are spending 75% of their financial aid on needs-based investment. Students from needy families who need help to be able to afford post-secondary education. And we were sad to learn that in Georgia, we're spending only 1% of that financial aid on needs-based assistance for higher education. That doesn't sound like the state we know and love, does it? I think we're challenged to look for pathways that are going to result in bringing many, many more students onto our campuses and into our institutions of higher education. And we will look forward to the day when we can change those numbers, and it will provide access to students who now, because of financial need, are not enrolled in a post-secondary institution. So the future can be bright, and we're looking forward to our hearing from the people who've gathered today. And I want to introduce a person who's probably known to everybody in the sound of my voice, and that is the president, Kathy Cox, who's the president of Georgia College and State University. She is worthy of all that applause and more. All that applause and more. She's been the dean at Mercer University School of Law. She's been the president of Young Harris College for a decade prior to that. She's a native of Bainbridge, Georgia. She knows small town Georgia, honey, like the back of her hand. Uh, and she can be a big city person anytime she decides to do that as well. I was so privileged to work with her father when he served in the General Assembly from Bainbridge, and then his lovely daughter joined us in the 90s and served, I believe, 3 terms in the legislature with us, and made a difference every day that she was there. A tremendous leader in the countless roles that she has taken on, and a real public servant that's transformed lives with her leadership, her insight, and the sense of strategic direction. She takes an institution and brings it to a whole different level. So I know that the work that she's done here at the Georgia College and State University is going to continue to unfold. And we appreciate so much the hospitality of the university. And let me bring to you for our first speaker to greet us, President Kathy Cox.
Have you and the study committee and staff and guests to welcome all of you to the campus of Georgia College and State University today. It is our pleasure to host you and to be a part of your efforts to study such an important issue to all of our students and to students throughout the state of Georgia who are pursuing their higher educational opportunities. I'm proud to say that affordability of higher education has always been a hallmark of the University System of Georgia. Earlier this year, the University System Board of Regents held tuition flat for the 7th time in the last 10 years to keep tuition at an affordable level. The Southern Regional Educational Board says that of the 16 southern states that make up their area, Georgia is the 3rd lowest in average undergraduate tuition and fees compared to all of their public peers. And even nationally, the University System of Georgia ranks the 6th lowest in the nation in average tuition and fees compared to our peers across the country. That doesn't happen without a real intentional focus by our Board of Regents and our Chancellor who focus on affordability and who instruct us as campus presidents to look not only at tuition rates, but at the different fees that are charged to students every semester, not only in mandatory fees, but even little fees that add up, fees for individual courses, in every way that we can to make higher education affordable to students. I have been president here for 4 years and had the opportunity before my tenure here to work in private higher education in Georgia, where other institutions like those that I served also are working hard to educate Georgia students under private models. And they also struggle in a private setting to make education affordable through scholarships and other resources that they can make available to students. But it's an important topic that we all focus on, and we're grateful that you are bringing this into further light as you bring forward witnesses today. So welcome to our campuses. You'll find restrooms out here and down the hall. There are some refreshments in the back. So we welcome you to Milledgeville. In case any of you don't know Georgia history, this was the capital of Georgia before Atlanta. So enjoy some history while you're here. Make yourselves at home. Let any of us know staff-wise if we can help you with anything while you're here. Thank you for joining us today, and let us make this a very productive session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And we feel very welcomed here. And I just want to thank all of you who, whether you made the trek down from the metro Atlanta area, or you came up from South Georgia, or you're already here as a lucky person enrolled in the school, or as part of the esteemed staff here. We thank you so much for the hospitality, President Cox, and for your lifetime of contributions. I'm going to recognize the president of the Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education. Dr. Dana Rickman has heads up an organization with a great history. I've learned much from the findings that you all publish regularly, and we're so happy to bring you to the fore, Dr. Rickman, for your presentation. Thank you.
Sorry.
Going to be great. Everybody's with bated breath.
Oops, sorry.
While he brings that up, thank you very much, Senator Orrock and Senator Williams and Senator Burns for having us here today to talk to you. As mentioned, I'm president of the Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education. And just really briefly, we are a nonprofit advocacy organization that was created way back in the 1900s. You can believe it, young students. 1992. By a partnership between the Georgia Chamber of Commerce and the Georgia Economic Developers Association. And what we do is we advocate around state level policies that really look at strengthening Georgia's birth to work pipeline. And so we look at education policy and workforce development policies from early learning all the way through post-secondary and adult education to give our business community, our corporate leaders, high quality talent from which they can draw their workforce. And so I was invited here today to really talk about the intersection of economic development and post-secondary access and affordability. And so what I want to do, excuse me. And so I'm going to talk very briefly and really look at, I don't know if anybody has been watching the news lately, you may have heard this phrase that Georgia is the top state to do business, 12 years in a row. We're very proud of that. We are a very business-friendly state. It's the root of our economic development. We are growing robustly with our economy. And we also, at the same time, we have Governor Kemp's top state for talent legislation that was passed and his vision around that, and which really focuses on what I've been saying is aligning education and workforce development. We've been hearing work that have been done by our different agency heads from the university system of Georgia, the technical college system, K-12, and the Georgia Student Finance. They've been working together to really build bridges amongst themselves to connect talent in Georgia. And when I say talent, that's workforce speak to employees. It's also speak for education. It encompasses all of that. So how do we connect talent in Georgia to opportunities that support Georgia's businesses and economic development, which in turn support Georgia's families? And so today I'm just going to do sort of 3 areas around that. What are our current demands to really get an understanding of our economic growth and where we're going, and then really dive into our current role of where we are with attainment and affordability, and then some key takeaways that we see coming to us. Stepping back at a really broad macro level, looking at the state economy, we know that in the next 5 to 10 years, 65% of our adults are going to need some sort of post-secondary credential of value. And to be clear, throughout this presentation, when I talk about post-secondary, I'm talking about both 4-year colleges, but also post-secondary credential, associate's degree, something beyond high school. And so I just want to put that disclaimer on there. And traditionally, when we talk about college access or college affordability, we generally are talking about the traditional students ages, 18 to 24, coming straight from high school and going into college. But we really need to think more broadly and comprehensively to find ways to really expand Georgia's labor force. I mean, even thinking about the pipeline of students graduating K-12 between now and the next 5 to 10 years, there's not, if we graduated all of them at 100% and they all went and got a post-secondary credential, that's not enough people to get our state average to the 65% that we need. We really need to think comprehensively of expanding the labor market and talking about access for Georgians over the age of 25, many of them who have jobs but are going to need to be reskilled and upskilled, thinking about different training programs, second chance workforce, reentry folks, those with disabilities coming through the Georgia Rehab Program, and really thinking about the untapped labor markets that we have in Georgia and how those look to access post-secondary opportunities. Oh yeah, see, many more. Backing up just a little more, if you look at the sort of micro level, I think generally people are very much aware that in general, the more education you have, the more money you're going to earn over your lifetime, right? There is the example of the person who invents the computer in his garage as a high school dropout and becomes a billionaire, but they're few and far between, right? Generally speaking, you need more than just a high school diploma. And you see the average wages here for Georgia, and really thinking about once you earn more money, you're giving more money back to the state, right? More money is circulating in the economy. And Georgians who have earned a college degree earn more than their peers who haven't. Over a lifetime, income differences can exceed $1 million. However, the high cost, or the perceived high cost of earning a post-secondary credential in Georgia, really discourages a lot of students and adults from going back and getting that degree. Comparatively, if you have a bachelor's degree versus someone who just has a high school diploma, you're going to end up paying about $273,000 more in taxes. And all of that is coming back to the state. And so it's really a return on investment for the individual, but also for the state to have more people earning more money, just in terms of more money circulating in the economy. And then this picture tells a very similar relationship between the education level and economic stability. Not only are unemployment rate higher for Georgians with lower educational attainment, but they're also more likely to earn less and have lower levels of health and well-being. And when you think about the volatile economic environment that we're in, currently the average unemployment rate in Georgia is about 3.2, 3.3, but it's almost double that if you don't have a high school diploma. During the height of COVID and the economic downturn there, those unemployment rates were hitting up toward 20% versus for the average person in Georgia, it was around 8%. And so if you have a significant portion of your population that only has a high school diploma, the instability in your labor market as an employer is very hard to predict and hard to control. And so not only does this affect the individual and their family, but also businesses and communities that are trying to plan long term if the talent keeps churning and isn't there. But so what's behind this 60%, 65% goal that we've talked about? Like we need 65% of our adult population having some sort of post-secondary. Well, the economy is shifting, and I would argue has shifted, right? This is research done out of Georgetown. By 2031, 85% of jobs will require some form of post-secondary education and training. Now, Georgia is a leader in technical education and sort of the high demand programs of study offered through TCSG campuses will prepare more Georgians for the jobs of the future. We already have a really robust financial aid for technical education through Hope Grant and Hope Career Grant programs. So it's trying to think about students attending four-year colleges and universities. How can they benefit from, additional resources similar to the way that we do with the Hope Grant and Hope Career Grant, especially if their families lack the ability to pay. And so looking at this data here, according to the Center of Education and Workforce at Georgetown, only by 2031, only about 15% of what they call good jobs, and there's a definition about that, about sort of minimum wages, will be available to those with only a high school diploma. That's only 15%. And good jobs, they really define as sort of a minimum pay of about $43,000 for age group, and as you get older, a median wage, of about 82,000. And so what we're really talking about here is the skill set needed to not just get any job, right? But to get a good job leading to a family supporting career that allows you and your family and your community to participate in Georgia's growing economy and support Georgia's growing economy. So we're seeing a shift of what's required to participate in the economy, and is just going to keep shifting. This is Georgia data, and there's a link in the presentation for the committee that they can get this list. But the Georgia Department of Labor defines hot occupations as those with, quote, faster than state annual average job growth and above the state annual average wage and have at least 100 annual openings. And their list corresponds very tightly, not surprisingly, to the Georgia high demand career list for the state and the region. And you can see that, almost all of them will require some type of post-secondary education, if not a 4-year degree. And so the economic growth in Georgia has moved and continues to move. For people to participate in it, they must have some sort of post-secondary credential of value. So where are we in that? I'm going to shift a little bit. This is the current education attainment level in Georgia of our adult population, ages 25 to 64, what we think of sort of the average, lifetime working age. And you see that, I'm sorry, I'm off on my notes. It varies by race and by subcategory. But what's interesting there is that this is state level data. And on average, the state average is about bachelor's degree overall. About 35% of our adult population has a bachelor's degree. About 28% has some college or associate's degree. And so if you take into account currently of all the population in Georgia, between credentials, associate's degrees, bachelor's degree and higher, we have about 53% of our adult population meets that criteria currently. But one thing that we need to talk about is different subgroups in Georgia. And one of them in particular, as I mentioned, this is state level data. So it includes Atlanta in the metropolitan area of Atlanta. If you take out Atlanta and you really look at sort of not Atlanta, this graph changes significantly. And so one thing that we really need to focus on are the needs of our families living in the rural areas of Georgia. Looking across just rural Georgia, 16% of Georgia's rural population in this age group has a bachelor's degree, compared to 35% of the adult population in the metro Atlanta area. And if you do county level analysis, the post-secondary education attainment is not only is it much lower, but the differences are pretty stark. For example, over 53% of the working adults in Forsyth County, which is outside of metro Atlanta, have a bachelor's degree, 53%, compared to rural Quitman County, 6%, right? That's a problem. But even taking out bachelor's degree, we're talking about technical degrees and associate's degrees, we have, according to research done by UGA's Selig Center for Economic Growth, we have 35 counties in Georgia where 20% or more, so that's at least a fifth of the adult population, don't even have a high school diploma. We have 3 counties where more than 50% of the adult population only have a high school diploma. We have 40 counties that at least 40% of the population only has a high school diploma. And so when we think about rural economic development, if you have, a quarter to a half of your adult population that only has a high school diploma, and we know that the jobs that could come there require something beyond a high school diploma, there's a real skills mismatch, right? There's a real problem with availability of talent. I was at an economic summit yesterday, workforce summit, and Governor Kemp was talking about all the jobs that have come to Georgia over the past couple of years, and it's really impressive. And he said something that surprised me, but I was very encouraged by, of all the development and investment that have come to Georgia in the past couple of years, over 70% of it has been targeted at rural Georgia, which is amazing. And that's what they need to develop. But I'm worried about how that trend will continue if the workforce simply isn't there. And so that's a particular challenge, is looking at access and affordability for our rural Georgians. So speaking of access and affordability, I'm going to look at how Georgia compares in terms of to itself, and then primarily to our southern neighbors, like SREB states. And apologies, some of this may be a duplicate of what you've heard at previous presentations. This is national data from the Pell Institute, but from what I could tell, it's hard to get this data at the Georgia level, but from what I can tell, the trends are very similar in Georgia. And this is looking at who enrolls and who graduates by income quartiles. And you can see over the years, this one is 1990 to the most recent 2022, that pretty consistently The more money you have, the more likely you are to even enroll in post-secondary at all. And then that second slide, or that second graphic that says bachelor degree attainment, and again, this is for four-year colleges. Of those who are able to enroll, you see the attainment rates and completion rates are significantly different. Those from the upper quartiles, 44%, 58%. Those from the lowest quartile of income, only 16% are graduating. And this is within that 6-year time frame for four-year degrees. And so you have a lower proportion of low-income students even entering college, and amongst them, they're significantly less likely to ever graduate. And so there's a real income access disparity and completion disparity that we see. And as we know, Georgia, like many of our southern states, we have a large portion of our residents who are low income, working poor, living in poverty. I don't know if you can see this very well. Apologies for the font. The Georgia Partnership worked in partnership with many of our organizational friends who are here, with Bellwether, who did some data analysis for us. And this is where these slides are from. And if you'd like more detail on these, I'm happy to give them to you. But this is Georgia data, most recent Georgia data that was available. And this is the graduation rates of our post-secondary institutions. And this is all students and how we compare with our neighbors. And you see that, especially the graph on the bottom is for our four-year students. We have approximately a 45% graduation rate within 6 years time, or 150% of normal time. And that puts us near the bottom, with only Texas and Florida graduating fewer of their enrolled students within normal time. We do slightly better in the 2-year. I will say I'm not overly concerned about the actual graduation rates of our 2-year colleges or our technical college schools, mainly because a lot of people go to a 2-year college and they transfer, they're just getting certificates, they're doing stackable credentials. And so it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison between the two. But what I am interested in, this is comparison. This is the 4-year students. And this is Pell students versus non-Pell students. We use their Pell status as a proxy for low income. And what you can see here are the Pell students in Georgia graduate at far below both the overall graduation rate and also those of non-Pell students. We have a 19 percentage point gap. So if you are on Pell, if you're a low-income student, only like 34% of our Pell students are graduating from our 4-year institutions versus 53% of our non-Pell students. And that's quite a gap. This is especially problematic because Georgia has a significantly higher rate of Pell students in their institutions compared to our neighboring states. Georgia has the 4th highest share of Pell Grant recipients amongst all the SREB states. And so we actually do a good job of enrolling our Pell students compared to our neighboring states, but we have similar levels of poverty, but those who do enroll don't do as well graduating on time. And so that's a significant burden share that we have. What's encouraging for me is this is, again, the TCSG, the 2-year colleges. And again, the overall graduation rate doesn't concern me as much as the gap between Pell and non-Pell, low income and non-low income. And you see it's significantly smaller. It's only 6 percentage points difference in the ability to graduate within 150% of time. And again, as we stated, we have Hope Grant, and other grant programs for the technical college system students. And so you see that they are more likely to graduate with their chosen diploma within a number 150% of time. So we're seeing some good results there. One of the things, so why are we seeing this disparity? Total cost of attendance. We heard just now from President Cox about the tuition in Georgia. And I agree, it's something that we should be very proud of, is our ability to keep our overall tuition rate relatively low, very low. And we've talked about this in previous, that just looking at tuition as the cost of going to post-secondary is insufficient. We really need to look at the total cost of attendance. And what we're seeing and what's driving the cost of attendance isn't really tuition. It's the other things: fees, books, supplies, housing, room and board, and other associated expenses. And so you see these average prices here of our technical college versus our university system, is that for our university system, total, if you live on campus, you're actually looking at around $24,000, which is a far cry from the tuition and fees of $6,000 that we normally think about as the cost of going to college. And so when you look at total cost of attendance, it makes the affordability question a whole lot different. There's a lot going on here, and I'm just going to briefly look at it, but it really looks at levels of unmet need. And again, this was calculated for us by the folks at Bellwether, that really looking at the total cost of attendance and then also factoring in all available grants, scholarships, loans and things like that, that even with Pell and other state grants, that you're looking at unmet need of about, look at the differences between Pell and non-Pell students. But what is concerning, especially, is the 4-year, looking at the 4-year. What we put up here is the required numbers of hours a student would have to work per week to make up that difference of, a little over 8,000 for non-Pell students, but over $11,000 for Pell students. So you see the unmet need is actually higher for the students that are already receiving Pell, and they have to work longer hours. Now, I worked in college. I think it's great that students actually work in college. I think they do need to have some skin in the game, learning the life skills. And so we're not at all recommending that students shouldn't work. However, what's important to note is that all the research has really stated that if a student works more than about 20 hours a week, it cuts into their ability to actually do well in school. And so the more they're working, the more likely they are not going to pass their class. If they're on the Hope Scholarship, the more likely they're not going to be able to keep their 3.0 GPA, so they'll lose the Hope and then they'll have to drop out. And so there's a fine line balance to looking at, yes, it's great to have students work and help pay and contribute to this process, but if they're working too much, the whole process just falls apart and we lose them. And we also lose the investment we made up until the point that they had to drop out. And so this question of unmet need, especially unmet need for low-income students, is really driving students to, take out loans to try and cover that difference of unmet need. And I know that we have talked about the student loan debt in particular already, but really looking at the impact of student loan debt in Georgia in particular. Here it is, I'm sorry. In Q4 of 2024 alone, and I'm sorry, this is national data, loan debt increased by 21 billion. The total of outstanding debt in the US now due to student loans is 1.6 trillion. And it affects people of all ages. We've got folks under 40, 1 in 4 Americans under the age of 40 have student loans, but also older Americans as well. We have about 3.5 million people over the age of 60 that are still trying to pay off student loans. Georgia has ranked 3rd in the country for the highest average amount borrowed. And aside from the District of Columbia, Georgians are the most likely to have student debt among all other Georgia residents. And what's interesting, even those who receive the Pell Grant recipients, despite receiving the grant, on average, they owe much more in loans than their non-Pell peers. And we saw one of the reasons for that is the slide before that said they had more unmet need, right? So they had to take out more loans and then they owe more. And one of the big, in terms from an economic development standpoint, if you have a certain percentage of your population that is carrying a lot of debt, that's not great for a stable economy. And even more concerning, Georgia is tied for the highest delinquency rate among all states. We're tied with Michigan in terms of becoming delinquent and defaulting on our student loan debts. Those kinds of rates can be unsettling for our economy as well. And so thinking about the impact of all the student loans that are out there, the potential for delinquency, the ability to purchase a home, purchase a car, all of these things, if you're carrying this debt, it really impacts the return on investment that we really want from investing in post-secondary. And I'm going to conclude just very briefly, looking at access and affordability, there's really two ways to address affordability, right? We're looking at removing barriers to post-secondary, and the ability to pay for post-secondary is one of quite a few barriers, right? But it's a major one. There's really two ways to address it. One, give more money to students, right, through financial aid or scholarships. And all of our conversations on this committee so far have really been focused there, and that is the purpose of the committee. However, I just wanted to put out there another way to really address affordability is to really look at how the state funds our institutions by looking at our funding formula. Now, I know we have kept our tuition rates really low, and so I'm not really talking about changing the actual tuition. I'm talking about how we as a state decide how much money we're going to put into funding the states. And what we have seen, and so I want to talk really briefly about the Georgia higher ed funding formulas. I'm not going to get into it. It's incredibly complicated, but just a couple of takeaways I want people to really understand. For both the USG system and the technical college system, a significant portion of the funding formula is just based on enrollment, just sheer numbers. There's a lot more that goes into it, but sheer numbers really drive a big portion of our funding formula. Also, we need to take into account sort of the ecosystem of students today. We know that Georgia's higher ed system enrolls higher rates of low-income students than the national average. Low-income students need more and different resources than students from upper-income households who have resources and parents and families to rely on. Many low-income students don't have that. Our funding formulas don't account for varying student need. And they don't account for, if I'm a 30-year-old single mother living in rural Georgia, my circumstances and my needs are going to be incredibly different than I'm a high school graduate who took many AP courses and I'm going to graduate in 3 years and go on and live my life, right? But the funding formulas count as equal one. And the institutions have to figure out how to make up for those differences. So in our demographic trends, the way that I heard yesterday or the day before on the radio that USG this year has a banner year of applicants, like the most ever, but that's not going to continue. We know demographics, the overall number of those enrolling in post-secondary are going to decline. And I know that the chancellor has already warned the different universities over time that they're going to have to look at fewer and fewer students. So if we have students, more and more students, first-generation college students, low-income students coming to institutions that have greater needs, we have fewer students entering overall. So that means less money coming from the state just based on the sheer count. We're going to have less resources to meet student needs. And so we might want to consider thinking about a funding formula that accounts for various student needs and what types of resources they may need to be successful. Just like I heard you, as we lined up the high demand career initiatives, the technical college systems are revamping a lot of their curriculum to really match up with the needs of the high demand careers, new labs, new curriculums, things like that. We might need to think about a funding formula that lines up to the needs of the students that are now entering our post-secondary institutions. And so as we think about, if we think about K-12 funding in the same way, different students to educate are more expensive than others. They have different needs. We might want to think about something in terms of our funding formula. What would that look like? And so all of this, if you've got fewer students graduating with needed post-secondary skills, low-income population taking on greater amounts of debt to pay for it, really has economic consequences. So we get back to our 12th state in the nation to do business, top state for talent, thinking about our economic growth. We have all this going on, can affect our home ownership rates. Small businesses and entrepreneurship is a key hallmark of the Georgia economy. Small business is really a great place to grow. You see a lot more risk averse, especially if you're carrying debt. Less money in the system decreases consumer spending, and then all of the associated healthcare costs and things like that related to not being able to participate in the economy. And so my final slide, I just want to leave you with a couple of takeaways. Over the next 15 years, probably, we're leaning toward this. A majority of Georgia's adults will be non-white. Black and Hispanic Latino groups, they tend to earn degrees currently at a much lower rate than the white and Asian counterparts. We saw that in the demographic data. Right? The data is clear that residents who are Pell eligible, i.e. low income, less likely to enroll in post-secondary, less likely to earn a post-secondary credential, more likely to have unmet need even after receiving the federal grants. And that's where we see the graduation gap of about 19 percentage points for Pell and non-Pell. But it's important to note, and I don't want to lose this point, it's not all bad news. I mean, that is, but we are not in an all bad news situation. Georgia does invest significantly in financial aid through the Hope Scholarship and Grant Program. You know, as mentioned earlier, only California, Texas, and New York actually provide more total dollars of financial aid to their post-secondary students. And the programs that we have work really well for the students that are able to access them. And so I don't want to lose sight of what we do really well and really think about how can we build upon those as a foundation, thinking about many tools in a toolbox, and take what have we learned from how we support students going through the technical college system, and how can we take some of those lessons learned and think about investing in the four-year system in a similar way, aligning to high demand career initiatives, things of that nature, to make sure that our future workforce has the support that it needs to then become our actual workforce, so that all of us can retire and feel good about our economy. And so affordability and access are very much linked to economic outcomes. Georgia's economy is creating more good jobs, which is great. That means that if you're participating in Georgia's economy, you're getting a good job to support yourself, to support your family, right? It's not just a bunch of jobs coming into McDonald's, right? We're advancing in that way. But the barriers around affordability are really limiting the talent pool and the macroeconomic benefits that we as a state could really realize, especially the talent pool around a lot of these populations that we don't normally think about in terms of post-secondary access. And so in conclusion, expanding affordability really broadens access and completion, strengthens our workforce, reduces pressure on our safety net programs, and you get a lot of cost savings there, and really increases our long-term state prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rickman. Just a lot of information to absorb, and I appreciate your doing the key takeaways. We're going to ask you to take questions. Yes, we are. And as you're coming back, let me introduce Senator Gail Davenport from the great county of Clayton, who has joined us as a committee member, and we may expect also Senator Gooch was going to hope to come in to listen in today as well. But we're so glad that you made it after a couple of wrong turns, you and your sister. Thank you. Let me ask my fellow committee members for questions, comments. I thought I would be a chance to recognize Senator Burns. I appreciate you so much.
Madam Chair, it's good to be with you again. She knows
My
I always
pleasure.
am loaded with questions.
That's right. Well, I'm in that category too. So I'm not pointing fingers.
We
No.
hear the interest. Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. Very, very well done, very thoughtful, very complete. Let's tease out a couple of concepts. You pointed out that tuition fees have remained relatively flat over the last, 7 years or so? That's not been true for total cost of
Exactly.
attendance. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what would you attribute the total cost of attendance increases to if it's not tuition and fees?
Yeah, well, I think we've talked about this before. It's just the total cost of living, honestly, that has gone up. And so a lot of it is, some of it is related to the institution, things like books and other things that the institution need, food, all of these sorts of things, but then also housing, transportation, and just it's just more expensive to be in the world today. So those things, so the total cost of just being at post-secondary has exponentially increased.
I agree. And I think part of the challenge that we have on the committee is how do you accommodate the challenges of the increased cost of living? Because it appears that the majority of the increases in education relate to the time in the institution. So if the tuition is relatively flat, then it's the cost of living component. So if I'm in a 2-year institution, it's less expensive than completing a 4-year degree. But if I complete a 40-year degree in a timely manner, not 150% of the time, but in 100% of the time or even less, then that presses down that total cost. Is that not true?
That is correct. And so there are ways to look at how do we increase or make efficiencies, to get through quicker. A lot of them are, we talked about to cover uncovered costs that students need to work. The more they're working, the longer it's going to take them to go through. And so that's sort of a weird exchange that you just, to be a full-time student and to take extra classes at some point, you really can't work and be successful. And so living expenses need to be covered somehow. But also taking into account some of the other things that make it difficult, things like housing. Housing just generally for everybody is now incredibly expensive and sometimes hard to find, especially we're talking about our rural friends. And so thinking about what would student housing look like and the cost associated with student housing. There are reports, I think GSU has done some reports about, we've got not a small percentage of students enrolled in the university system that report being unhoused or homeless. We have a not small percentage of students report issues with food and food insecurity. And so things like, how do we efficiently make sure they have the food, the nutrition, the housing, the transportation is a big cost barrier. And so there are policies and things that we could work on from a state side or from a regional level, to ensure that there is safe and stable housing for low-income students, for example, that there is reliable transportation for students. Things of that nature would help bring that cost down.
I agree with you, and I agree with you on the experience that I want our students to be engaged in a professional environment. But once it gets beyond about 10 hours a week, 15 hours a week, it dramatically impacts their ability to be successful in the classroom.
It becomes counterproductive at that point.
And we have to, and I do also agree with you. We may want to look at trying to find ways to provide affordable living options as we work toward provide a very affordable tuition alternative. And I think President Cox pointed out that fees also play into this.
Fees,
whether it's a lab fee or a parking fee or a student fee or whatever fees play into it. And I want to acknowledge that the university system has worked hard to try to manage those fees, not press them down, but make sure they aren't excessive.
They have, and that's, and I want to give them kudos for that. I mean, again, there's a lot of strengths here that we can build on, but thinking about, especially if we're like aligning to the high demand careers and university system in particular, a lot of these fields careers are in STEM fields. And so you mentioned like lab fees. And I remember, again, back in the 1900s, when I was taking even a simple math course,
1800.
it was a couple $100s for me just to buy my calculus book. And that was, way back when. And so I can't imagine the expenses that students who are in a STEM field have to pay in addition to everything else. And so thinking about, there are, efficiencies, a lot of this, online and, things of that nature, but the institutions themselves are needing to update their labs, keep things up. And so how are we accounting for that? Back to, talking about our formula. Do we account for that in our formula to really think about investing in our higher education system and the investments being driven by economic and workforce needs, and is that sort of, you think about the ROI on that?
I agree. I think at the university system level, whether it's in a public space or a private space, a 4-year degree, we need to recognize what the demand fields are, and we need to find ways to facilitate students pursuing those high demand fields. I think that maybe the technical college system is more attuned to that. Last question, and I want to probably have some offline continuing conversations. I'm aware, and as are you, that the funding formula in Georgia has not changed in 30 years, and we funded enrollment, and it's good that we're recruiting students and bringing them into the college and university environment, but we need for them to be successful, because If we recruit a student and they do not achieve a degree or a completion, it compounds their debt. It creates a situation that's untenable long-term.
Yep.
My administrative assistant is over 50 years old and is still paying off her student loans. That's not good, right? So, do you have any insights into how the funding formula might need to be adjusted?
Oh, that's a whole nother study committee.
Perhaps
And
we'll
I
pursue
am
that.
out of time.
I think so. Perhaps we'll pursue that at another day, but I would.
We do. We've been, me and my partners here in the room from Achieve Atlanta and GBPI, we've been working with Bellwether on some, different things. And we do have examples from other states that have really looked at retooling their funding formula away from the traditional enrollment and brick and mortar buildings, right? Especially considering the diverse needs of our population of who's actually enrolling in Georgia's post-secondary institutions and how to meet those needs and sort of almost thinking about like a K-12 weighted funding formula, something similar for the post-secondary systems based on the needs of the student who's trying to complete quickly and the workforce needs long-term of the economy and like how do those match up? And so we do have some examples and have been working through that. We'd be happy to share.
I look forward to your continued input. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams?
Well, I would just say, of your two solutions, two approaches that we have not, had taken the time today to focus on this, on the second, your second point. And that is the formula. And higher ed has been, cut in terms of investment now for, a number of years. I would say 15 or 20. I recall seeing alarming numbers about that, many moons ago. And the state originally was funding, higher ed at 75%.
Right.
Of the cost.
Now it's down to
And that's
50?
down to 56% from state dollars. So, that leads to, there are consequences of those cuts, and I think we're seeing.
Yeah, and may I offer that in order for Georgia for the institutions to keep their tuition flat, relatively flat over the past decade, while receiving 25% less from the state, they make that up in fees. And so one of the reasons we're seeing increased student fees and the total cost go up, part of it is inflation, but part of it is a lot of the costs that were being covered by the state when they were funding at that 75%. Institutions still need to build parking decks. They still need all this stuff. They have now passed that on to the student in the form of fees instead. And so you just saw a transfer of payment responsibility to the student.
For the institution student.
Mhm.
Much to continue to examine, as Senator Burns, as you pointed out, and we'll look forward to that, and really appreciate the contributions. And I think it speaks strongly to the fact that the business community, i.e. the Chamber of Commerce, years ago saw the need to fund and create the agency that you lead now, and the connection between access to affordable education and meeting our workforce needs. And we're all in this together, and let's look for the solutions together. Thank you so much, Dr. Rickman.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate that. I'm happy to bring to the podium for our next presentation, Ashley Young, who is with the Georgia Budget and Policy Institute, that's been doing some excellent work on supporting and advocating for user-friendly policies. Ashley Young began her career as a teacher at the high school level, and she is the very counselor who came to my office 9 years ago with colleagues that were school counselors to deliver the news that was staggering and astonishing, but true, true in every way. And that is that worthy students were not having access to higher education, and that it was heartbreaking to see the students that you worked with not be able to take that next step in building their career and the future for themselves and their families. So we welcome you and all the work that you've been doing on these issues over the years, and please continue that, and we welcome you to bring your remarks, Ashley Young.
All right. Thank you, Senator Nan Orrock. Again, my name is Ashley Young, and I appreciate this opportunity to be here today. I think at the time, Senator Orrock, I was your constituent. So that was way back when. So please take advantage of your advocacy days and your professional work, because you never know what could come from it. So good afternoon, senators, to the committee, Madam Chair, of course. Thank you so much again for this opportunity. Again, my name is Ashley Young. I am Senior Education Policy Analyst at Georgia Budget and Policy Institute. I am, as Senator Orrock mentioned, a passionate educator with experience as a practitioner in Atlanta Public Schools, preparing the next generation to succeed in post-secondary education. I've had the pleasure of attending the last three study committee meetings where we heard from multiple speakers who offered a wealth of knowledge and data. With this in mind, I would like to offer some new information and to help clarify a few questions that have been raised in detail and research-based solutions that the study committee should hopefully consider. I first want to level set, and Dana spoke a little bit about this just a moment ago, but there are two primary ways that we know that Georgia invests in public higher education. One, general operating support through direct funds to institution, the funding formula, as you just heard, and then direct funding to students through financial aid programs. With that in mind, let's begin. So there's been a lot of discussion on consistently low tuition and fee rates at the University System of Georgia. As a matter of fact, in the 24-25 academic year, Georgia had the sixth lowest tuition and fee rate for four-year public colleges, as President Cox pointed out. And while Georgia has managed to keep the tuition and fee rates low, I want to point out something a little different from Dana. These are both, I think, excellent points. But in 2025, Georgia had the second lowest tuition and fees rate, but the highest average of student loan debt per borrower in border states. So as you can see here, this year, the Georgia average tuition and fees rate at four-year public colleges was around $7,723, and the average student loan debt per borrower is around $42,226. And Georgia's average is about $2,652 more than the second highest state for average student loan debt per borrower, Florida. This delta between the average tuition and fees rate for public four-year colleges and average student loan debt per borrower suggests that there is a need for policy change. Policy to address the state's investment in financial aid, but I want to specify the type of financial aid that should be invested, and that is need-based aid. So far, we've heard a lot about aggregate information on college affordability data. What we have not discussed is how our most financially and racially marginalized students are being affected. I will begin with student loan debt in the University System of Georgia. So in 2024, Black students had the most student loan debt, totaling $359 million. However, Black students only represent 25% of the students in USG, but carry about 46% of the student loan debt. In other words, Black students represent just a quarter of the students. Again, this is just the University System of Georgia, but carry close to 50%, and again, 46 to be exact, in 2024. We are also seeing how racially marginalized students, again, namely Black students who are Pell Grant recipients, are disproportionately do not receive Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship. We see that in the top 5 institutions that enroll Pell Grant institutions without hope and zeal. Again, what you're looking at are the top 3 colleges in Georgia that enroll Pell Grant students. And of those Pell Grant students, they do not receive Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship. We see that in this top 5 who enroll the Pell Grant students without Hope and Zell are concentrated at the 3 public historically Black colleges and universities here in Georgia that of course enroll majority Black students. All 3 HBCUs, Fort Valley, Albany, and Savannah State University, are classified as state universities. Last meeting, if you recall, Chancellor Perdue provided us with the data that discussed the average debt by institutional sector. Now, state universities, as he pointed out, carry the highest student loan debt averages with the completion of a bachelor's degree around $25,401. I make this critical distinction because research classified institutions, like say your Georgia Tech or UGA, or comprehensive classified institutions like a Valdosta or Kennesaw State, generally have a higher cost of attendance. However, state classified universities, again, like your Fort Valley, Albany, Savannah, all that you see here, East College and Atlanta Metropolitan, have the highest average student loan debt, suggesting that in Georgia, it's less about the lower cost of attendance in some cases, right? We've talked a little bit about that with the higher ed formula, but more about the shortage of financial aid to provide to students. Again, namely financial aid for students who have less resources to pay for college. Now, speaking of students who have less resources, we'll talk a little bit about Pell Grant students. So as for financially marginalized students, we see a downward trend in Pell Grant recipients who enroll in the University System of Georgia over the last decade. This is an unfortunate data point, especially against the backdrop of the University System of Georgia announcing an all-time enrollment record of 364,725 students in the fall of 2024. As you see here in FY15, 45% of students enrolled in college in USG were Pell Grant students. And now in 2024, there are only 40% of Pell Grant recipients enrolled. To clarify, the National College Attainment Network, NCAN, says that the number of public post-secondary options that are in reach for average Pell Grant recipients is failing, and affordability gaps persist, with few exceptions, of course. Essentially, students who are financially needy are being excluded from college, not because they are not qualified or admissible, but because they simply cannot afford to attend. The racial disparities in the financial aid landscape are unfortunately exacerbated when we consider Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship recipient data by race. Based on fall 2023 data, Asian and white students have the highest attainment rates for Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship, 69% and 61% respectively. In contrast, only 50% of Hispanic students and 35% of Black students receive Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship. So these disparities in student loan debt accumulation by race, the decrease in Pell Grant recipient enrollment, student loan data regarding Pell recipients who do not have Hope and Zell Miller scholarships, and the low Black and Hispanic Hope and Zell Miller recipient data point to the urgency of these issues and the need for more investment in financial aid in Georgia that prioritizes students who are low income. So I want to be clear. Investing in public post-secondary education is good for all students. Again, all students. However, it is powerful and transformative for Black and Brown students in Georgia, especially those who have been historically excluded from building wealth and are Pell Grant eligible. It truly means the difference between persisting or graduating with a post-secondary credential and obtaining a job that could provide access to upward mobility, which could be life-changing for many of our vulnerable students. And ultimately, these changes in education policy will have a positive impact on our workforce and our Georgia's economy. I think it's important to share that this is personal for me. I used to joke with my former students and say, I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. Meaning I am that first generation college student, little Black girl from rural North Carolina who received the Pell Grant, the UNC need-based grant, and the public service loan forgiveness. It is a way for me to connect with my students who were struggling to pay for college and to assure them that we were in this together. My story is also a representation that without these policies, there's a very good chance that I would not be standing here before you today in the capacity that I am. I am proof that equitable investment in higher education policy is necessary and it actually changes lives. Finally, I want to leave the committee with an example and a recommendation to address affordability issues in the student loan debt crisis here in Georgia. First, I will start with a model from a border in Pierre State, Florida, to lay the groundwork. So this is called the Florida Student Assistance Program. And the annual award is set in the General Appropriations Act based upon the institution's funding allocation and students' need. Average award in the 23-24 academic year was $1,683, and they range from $200 to $3,260, which is the maximum award. With the Florida Student Assistance Program, financial need is determined by subtracting the expected family contribution and other aid, excluding loans from the cost of attendance, as you can see here. Now, I just want to give you a quick snapshot, and you'll see in a moment why I am going into depth about the Florida Student Assistance Program as a model. But to be eligible for this program, students must be a Florida resident or of the United States citizen or eligible non-citizen, not owe a repayment under any state or federal grant or scholarship program, or be in default of any federal Title IV, not have any previously received a baccalaureate degree, and enroll for a minimum of 6 credit hours per term for associate's, bachelor's, or certification program, and of course, complete the FAFSA. I want to provide a quick quantitative overview of this program. As you see here, in the 23-24 academic year, a total of $269 million were spent on need-based aid in the 4 sectors: public, career education, private, and post-secondary in Florida. You will also notice that the average award has increased and the max award has grown since 2020. Additionally, in this 23-24 academic school year, they served around 160,024 students. So in Georgia, we can establish a similar need-based aid program to help students with the most financial need access post-secondary education. And on the next few slides, I will outline a comprehensive need-based aid program to inform the committee's recommendation. So, a need-based aid program, and based on peer states like Florida's Student Assistance Grant, we propose the following components for need-based aid program. Comprehensive need-based should include student eligibility beginning in the first year at the time of enrollment. So we know that emergency funding for students is helpful through programs like the college completion grants. We have seen positive, persistent outcomes. However, comprehensive need-based aid should prioritize awarding students at the beginning of their post-secondary enrollment to ensure that students can actually start their college career. I will shed more light on empirical data that supports this point in just a moment. Annual renewable funding, so consistent support that students can count on and plan to have in their budget. In addition, substantial funding. So this need-based aid detail is important because substantial funding, which of course varies, but for roughly every $1,300 of need-based aid investment, it increases immediate enrollment at public four-year colleges by 3.2 percentage points and 4.3 percentage points of positive impact on first-year persistence through the spring semester. For need-based aid, I am recommending that it be administered through a central agency like the Georgia Student Finance Commission. And prior research at GBPI, we found that some institutions are more equipped with staff and processes to handle new grant program administration than some others are. To avoid barriers and institutional inequities, I'm proposing that the comprehensive need-based aid program be administered by a central agency like the Georgia Student Finance Commission. A comprehensive need-based aid should be based upon students' financial need, indicated by the Student Aid Index. You may hear me refer to that as SAI. And this is for students who have the highest financial need, should be awarded need-based aid first with the highest award amount. And I'll provide a breakdown of that figure and of eligibility in just a second. And then lastly, post-secondary eligibility. So students would need to maintain satisfactory academic progress, SAP, to ensure that students are progressing in good academic standing. This definition varies between different institutions, but in most cases, it's around a 2.0. To be clear, it is also important to outline what is effective for need-based aid programs and what they should not include. So comprehensive need-based aid should not include a work requirement. For example, the Education Commission of the states, among peer states, students do not have to work, and I'll show you that in just a second here, do not have to work or volunteer to be eligible for their state-sponsored need-based aid program. We know that many students, again, as Dana has pointed out, especially financially marginalized students, are already working. Lastly, a comprehensive need-based aid program should not be based upon the student's ability to complete a minimum amount of post-secondary hours towards their credential to, again, begin receiving that financial aid. Now, throughout our study committee meetings, the topic of ensuring that students have skin in the game or that a work requirement or volunteer requirement should be a component for eligibility. However, in my research, Southern peer states within no need-based aid program in the nation actually requires work or volunteer requirement. You see here, Florida, Louisiana, Tennessee, North Carolina, Mississippi, all have need-based aid programs, all of which do not require a work requirement or for students to volunteer. You also see in the last column here that students are eligible as first-time or first-year students. And as I point out, these factors to hopefully mitigate potential policy barriers that could adversely impact students who would otherwise be well-deserving recipients of comprehensive need-based aid. Now, lawmakers, of course, can fund this need-based aid program with funds from the education lottery, specifically starting with the unrestricted reserves. According to the Georgia Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 8, the lottery funds can only be used for educational purposes. It goes on to talk about lottery funds for pre-K programs, of course, and other educational programs. But I include this information so that we are clear on the fact that by law, the education lottery that funds the Hope Scholarship can also be used to fund a need-based aid program as well. So let's talk a little bit more about the lottery. The Georgia Revenues and Reserves Report is actually hot off the press. It was just published last week, the 2025 publication, and we see that in FY 2025, the education lottery reserves totaled $2.5 billion, and the unrestricted education lottery reserves currently stands at $1.6 billion. Now, with this information, I want to introduce you to a policy recommendation that addresses the issues of college affordability and student loan debt here in Georgia. A comprehensive need-based aid in USG and technical college system could be funded with approximately $124 million, roughly supporting 98,019 students with the highest financial need, and these students could receive need-based aid to cover the cost of college. Now, in this proposal, students similar to the Florida Assistance Program would need to be a Georgia resident. Students would need to graduate from either a Georgia high school or eligible home study program with at least a 2.0 Hope GPA, be enrolled as a full-time or part-time student, because we know students are working, at either a USG or TCSG institution, and of course, complete the FAFSA. As for award amount, a need-based financial aid would be based on, again, Student Aid Index, which again is a simple formula based on determining Pell eligibility. So in this example, with the award structure, the need-based amount would include funding based on 2 SAI groups. Eligible students would receive financial aid per credit hour for up to 30 credit hours in an academic year for 2 semesters, fall and spring. Students with the highest financial aid, which is SAI from 1,500 to 0 would receive the highest amount of need-based financial aid. So to be clear, this information was estimated by our Office in Planning and Budget just earlier this year. And USG students with the highest financial aid, which of course is the SAI negative 1,500 to 0, would receive $66.66 per credit, up to $2,000 for 2 academic semesters in this proposal. USG students with the second highest financial need, which of course is the 0 to 6,000 SAI, would receive $44.44 per credit hour to receive up to $1,300 for 2 academic semesters. And then for our technical college system, students with the highest financial need would receive $25 per credit hour with a maximum of $750 for 2 academic semesters. And then for TCSG, student with the second highest, SAI 0 to 6,000 would receive $16.66 per credit hour with a maximum of $500. In the 2024 fiscal year alone, education lottery reserves generated $119 million in interest alone, which could almost cover this $124 million proposal for the cost of financial aid, need-based financial aid, before even using funds from the unrestricted reserves. Again, this estimated recommendation could help over 98,000 students with the highest financial need receive critical post-secondary funding to enroll, persist, and graduate more timely with substantial, renewable, and comprehensive investment. Now, as I conclude, I want to point out that these are actually my students. These are my babies from my first graduating class. I don't know who the other folks were in the pictures that I had there. Those were stock pictures, of course, but I do know these amazing folks. And as I mentioned earlier, I know the issues and what they look like on the ground, which is why I can speak so passionately as a former Atlanta Public School college counselor. I have wiped tears. I have had the difficult conversations. I have witnessed students undermatched because they simply could not afford to attend college. Unfortunately, I have seen students sign their name off to hundreds and thousands of dollars in student loan debt against my advisement in hopes that it may all one day pay off. But this committee has the power to change the course of college affordability in Georgia. I hope that you will take this information that I have provided and the policy recommendation into strong consideration. Please know that I am here to support you all and speak as you seek to advance these solutions for a more affordable post-secondary opportunities in Georgia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the very concrete recommendations tied to real numbers.
Yes.
Very helpful, and I want to ask committee members to anyone wish to be recognized for discussion Q&A. I know somebody's going to jump on this, or do we just want to make a motion and adopt it? You have 2 choices. Thank you, Senator Burns.
A few input, questions, please. And again, thank you for the presentation.
No problem.
Very helpful, very thorough, very thoughtful. As we look at need-based student aid and you go back, I don't know, the slides are not numbered, I apologize. But it's past the Florida Student Assistance Program that shares with us what Florida has done. And then I think we look at need-based aid should include these kinds of things. Annual renewable funding, does that include a persistence requirement? Is that something that would be part of that?
Yes, so, or I think that was on the same slide. Yes,
Yeah.
the very last bullet here where it says
Yeah.
post-secondary
Post-secondary,
eligibility.
I noted you said 2.0.
Correct. So that is generally what is determined by, so it's SAP, which is Satisfactory Academic Progress.
Correct. I'm familiar with that.
Yes. So with SAP, that would be the determining eligibility factor for the need-based aid program.
Okay. And looking on at, again, thank you for your recommendation on how Georgia should approach this challenge. You noted a couple of slides in here about the various states who currently have programs. Florida, Louisiana, Tennessee, North Carolina, Mississippi. And they all kind of match the model that you suggest for Georgia.
Yes.
Are there other states in SREB that don't match that model?
Not from my understanding. The ones that I included here, I want it to be intentional to not include
Right.
states.
You pick the ones. that
Yeah,
match the model.
excuse me. No, what I meant, what I'm saying is I didn't want to choose Virginia. While it is in some cases a southern state, but I do believe, and I can check that information for you, that it does match this actual model as well.
And how
And
about
when I-
Alabama? Do they compare positive?
I believe they did as well.
Okay.
So I can tell you that the information that I requested from the Education Commission of the states, there were no programs that had a work requirement. I included these because they're here southern states.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying, how are other states, other states have a needs-based model that does not include these components? That's a.
Not in my research. I did
All
not
right,
find
thank
that.
Next to the last slide, be enrolled as a full-time or part-time student. Again, define part-time 6 hours or more. Is that how would you define? I know what a full-time student is.
Yes.
How would you make the eligibility is the issue? So in a
Yes.
TCSG environment or a USG environment, what is the eligibility for a part-time student?
So I don't want to speak out of turn because that is not my actual level of expertise with the universities in terms of the enrollment. I do know that it may differ by institution, but I believe it could be 6 hours for a part-time, but I'm not exactly
Should be
sure.
one course, 3 hours? I don't.
Could be,
Could
could be. I can get back with you with
All right.
that information, but I
Yeah.
don't want to misspeak.
And if I understand correctly, you quoted a total cost for your proposal of about 124 million
Correct.
annual cost, and that
Yes.
I understand that is roughly 100,000 students, 98,000, is that right?
Correct.
What percentage of that is the total student population in Georgia?
I do not know the exact percentage. Again, I can get that number for you.
There are roughly 360,000, 365,000 students in the university system. There are roughly 150,000 in the TCSG system.
Okay,
Okay, so
Okay.
you're looking at somewhere around what,
maybe a
600,000 or so.
Yes.
That's just public info. I'm just saying total enrollment in the university system, I think fall of 24 was 360 some odd thousand or something like that. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I just had that number for
And
the year
the
before.
TCSG enrollment is just less than 150,000, I think. So we're looking at somewhere around 500,000 or so
Okay,
in the university and TCSG. And then if we supported roughly 100,000, that would be roughly 20%. Is that fair?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll also point out, Senator Burns, that there's room within that student aid index to include more students who are financial needy. This, the example that I gave just gives two groups of SAI. There's still room within the SAI to max that out to support more students.
I hear you. Now, I missed one key point on the last slide where you were doing the SAI index for USG.
Yes.
Minus 1,500 to 0, 66 a credit hour, and you're doing that based on a credit hour. What's the total cost 2 semesters?
For 2 semesters, what a student could maximally,
Right,
yes, it's $2,000.
2,000, okay.
Correct.
Because the other was 1,300, 750.
Correct, correct.
Again, thank you for your input.
Yeah, thank you so much for your
Very
question.
helpful, and I look forward to continuing.
All right, thank you so much.
If I could, Ashley, you, those numbers you provided were for the students in the two systems, the TCSG system and the University System of Georgia.
Correct.
I don't, not going to put you on the spot to do it, on the back of an envelope, but there's a question of the students in the private schools and universities across the state that we've heard compelling testimony, of course, from the Jenna Colvin, who
Yes.
heads up that organization. And you didn't contemplate that in these numbers.
Correct. So in our initial thought, as you can imagine, we have included students at private institutions as well in Georgia. In our thoughts to keep the costs, the entry point at a reasonable starting point, we only included USG and CCSG, but we would love to include our private institutions, given this opportunity to move forward with this sort of model.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from committee members? Yes, Senator Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But just a comment, thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. And I'm really interested in this this model.
Oh,
And
excellent.
I think we should adopt it right away.
No time to tarry, God Almighty.
I'm a graduate of HBCU
Awesome.
in Atlanta, one of the private institutions. But the need-based should not include work or volunteer.
Correct.
You want to expound on that just a little bit?
Yes, so we've had a good bit of conversation about that this afternoon in terms of most students are already working. A lot of students are working. And as we've kind of talked and agreed, after about a 15-hour mark, it really becomes stress on a student to work. And we know that there's a lot of unmet needs. So students are able to engage in some sort of employment while they're in college, but to require a level of work for need-based aid could in some ways present a barrier for some students. But again, students are already working and need the money. But again, there are no other models that are suggesting that that is a prudent policy recommendation.
Okay, very good. Wonderful. Thank you. We already have the money for this.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we really.
I think that's a very healthy, all-sided way to view this. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
Thank you for your work. Thank you. Our next speaker is coming in from the great state of North Carolina. There he is, all teed up. Dr. Mark Umbrick is the Assistant Vice President of Strategic Research at the University of North Carolina, a highly touted institution in the southeastern United States, which you can well be proud of. And I'll recognize you too. And we do have your remarks in our folders, I would point out. And thank you so much, Dr. Umbrick, for your time and your talent being shared with us.
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm excited to present. I actually have along with me Alex Granados from the North Carolina State Education Assistance Authority to co-present with me for part of the presentation as well. And are the slides going to be shared, or are we just going to walk through?
Well, it's your presentation, and
I guess I can probably.
We have them in our folders. There's no way to do that unless you, there it is.
I can share, actually.
Well, there's a faint semblance of it, but it's not quite, yeah, there we go. Now we have it in large enough to read. Thank you.
All right, so before I get into things, I just want to give a little background on myself and Alex. As I was introduced, I'm the Assistant Vice President for Strategic Research at the University of North Carolina System Office. We are the governing body for all 16 public higher education institutions in the state of North Carolina. In my role in particular, I do a lot of things for the Division of Strategy and Policy. We do things like doing research about the UNC system and the policies that we have in place or ones that we might want to put in place, as well as thinking about how we rank among other institutions. And I was also heavily involved in the modeling and formation of the Next NC Scholarship. I'm joined today by Alex. I'll ask you to introduce yourself as well.
Sure. So as it says, I'm Alex Granados. I'm the Assistant Director of Communications at the North Carolina State Education Assistance Authority. We are responsible for Next NC generally in distribution and choosing applicants. And we were heavily involved in the rollout and the messaging of Next NC when it debuted about 2 years ago. So a little bit later on, I'm going to talk a little bit about lessons we learned during that process that might be helpful to think about.
I also had one of my staff members, a proud University of Georgia alum, and you did a great job in training her, so thank you very much for that. So first off, I'm going to give a little history on the need-based grants in the state of North Carolina. So we started our need-based grant journey in 1999 when the legislature passed funds for both the University of North Carolina system and our community college system for need-based grants. And essentially, those grants were designed to layer on top of the Pell Grants. So for the UNC system, that meant almost every student was receiving at least some funds on top of their Pell Grants. The community college system, since they were much lower cost, the Pell generally covered the cost of tuition fees. So only students that were a little bit further down on the EFC or SAI level were getting that grant. In 2007, the state introduced the Education Lottery Scholarship, funded through the state lottery. Shout out to that. And that provided supplemental funding to middle-income students. And basically what the state decided was that students who are on the very low end of the income distribution were getting large amounts of aid, and as income went up, the amount of state and federal grants went down, and they wanted to do something to help supplement those students. In 2023, we introduced the Next NC Scholarship, which is a streamlined, transparent program that combined the North Carolina, the community college, and the ELS grants into one program. And so the biggest question is, why did we develop a new program? So we had a very large issue with the UNC system version of the grants, and that was the funding formula was a complete black box. We actually had our own North Carolina expected family contribution, so it was different from the federal EFC. And it was such a black box, the SCAA was the only one that had the formula, and even our campus financial aid offices could not help students predict how much aid they would receive. The students had to apply, get their financial aid offer to find out how much they might actually receive. The community college system and ELS had payment schedules, but they were hard to find online. And also our grants are tied directly to tuition fees for the UNC system. So we had 16 different kind of formulas for the state grant. So we moved to create a more simple, transparent, and clean program that's built around a built-in guarantee. We wanted to have meaningful financial assistance for as large of a group of students as we could, to try to decouple the grant formula from tuition fees as best as we could, and having that simple message made it much easier to market to students. And so just visually what that kind of looked like pre and post the switch to Next NC. Before we had 3 programs that were being driven from 3 different enrollment revenues or 3 different revenues that were divvied up between the UNC system and the community college system. And now we have a blended program that combine all 3 of those that now gets distributed and is one program for everyone. So the students are comparing between the UNC system and the community college system, they can now see how much they get at both places in one spot. So in terms of the structure of our grants, this is quite a bit of text, and we're focused on the 2 outer pieces. So this began actually in the fall of 23. I actually wrote that wrong in there. But we are guaranteeing at least $5,000 between federal and state aid to eligible students. And obviously that means that some students who are getting more than $5,000 in Pell don't get any of the guarantee part of this. But as students are higher in the income brackets, they'll receive up to $5,000 from the state. However, we also added an additional supplement for low-income students, which we'll talk about more in a moment, that layered on top of the Pell Grants. We created a dedicated website with a calculator that was easy for students to navigate. And overall, we had this nice simplified program with plenty of transparency. Our general eligibility requirements are the same for most financial aid programs. The more important piece is the financial eligibility on the right. So you had to file the FAFSA. You have to have an SAI of $7,500 or below and an AGI of $80,000 or below. And we tried to make sure that the easier pieces to market is the AGI, because people generally have a general sense of how much their parents make, but the SAI is also a black box. So we want to make sure that almost all the students that are under the 80,000 AGI were meeting the 7,500 SAI, so that when we're marketing this, you can say students with $80,000 or less in income can generally meet this program. In terms of that website, we have a very robust website that explains everything about the grants. But the coolest part is we have a very simple calculator, allows students to put in at least or up to 5 colleges. This one student was looking at Appalachian State University. You can put in your SAI, 500, and then the calculator will tell you exactly how much you'll get in Pell Plus state grants, which for this student was about $9,670. So since the Pell is around 7,000, that means the state investment was about $2,600 there. In terms of the award structure, we have that base amount that's the 5,000 plus Pell, and then the supplement for low-income students that sits on top of that base amount. For the UNC system, we actually split that supplement to 4 groups based on tuition fees, partially because the tuition fees across the system are vastly different. In order to try to keep the awards somewhat similar for students going to similar tuition institutions, we split up into 4 groups. The minimum award was $200, and the maximum awards, based on the different tuition groups, are listed here. So we range from a high tuition like North Carolina State University and UNC Chapel Hill at over $11,000 to our NC Promise institutions, which I'll explain a bit more about those in a bit, that are around $8,000 for the max grants. All of the community colleges had the same max grant of $7,595. So a student that has a 0 SAI and are receiving the full Pell would get about $200 from the state, but the full Pell. A student that is getting 0 in Pell but is still eligible for the grant would be getting the full $5,000 from the state. In terms of the implications, when we were looking into this and trying to model what would happen for our students, we wanted to make sure that we were trying to expand aid as best as we could. So when we were modeling this before we actually wrote this out, we found that with the switch, we're going to have about a 15% increase in the percent of students receiving funds, as well as a 16% increase in the percent of students that were having tuition and fees covered by federal and state aid. And this is also along with the switch from EFC to SAI. Also to note that we were holding current students harmless, so if you're already in the system and getting a grant, and either our formula switch or the federal EFC to SAI switch, you lost money, we would actually account for that and gave money to institutions to help cover students to ensure that they would retain their funds until graduation. In terms of expenditures, for a long time, we were spending about $140 million for the UNC system between L's and the need-based grants. In 2022, we had a kind of unique year where 18 years prior, we had a shift in our kindergarten start date, which meant we only had 11 months worth of high school graduates coming into our institutions. So we had a dip in the number of students. That, along with COVID, just meant we were down students for that year and the next. Also note in 2022-23, we had one of our first legislative increases that we had in quite a while, increase in the community college pool by 1.2 million and the UNC system pool by 6.3 million. And then you can see a larger jump in 24-25, and this is due to the jump from the EFC to the SAI at the federal level. And so we're using the SAI for our new program. That meant more students were going to be eligible. And this is the average number, the number of students that received aid between the different programs over the years. Once again, relatively steady until 22-23, and we saw that dip for 2 years, and the large increase in 24-25 as we shifted from EFC to SAI. Finally, the average award over time. You can see that in 2016-17, we were about $2,200 for the average award across all of our institutions. That actually dipped significantly in 2017-18 with the introduction of the NC Promise program. This is a state-funded program where the state invested money into 3 of our institutions to allow them to drop their tuition for in-state students to $500 per term and $2,500 for out-of-state students per term. So this drastically reduced the tuition for students at those 3 institutions. And mechanically, that meant those students were eligible for less state aid. And so that dropped their average award down. After that point, it remained relatively flat up until 23-24, when we introduced our new Next NC program. And then it was about the same for over the past 2 years, but just the increase in the number of students led us to a higher amount. In terms of, we had those 4 different tiers, just to give you an idea of what those different tiers look like in terms of average aid and number of students in those tiers. We have 3 institutions in the highest tier with about 10,000 students, averaging about $3,200. Our middle institution tier is 6 institutions, about 41,000 students there, getting about $2,400 on average. Our lower institutions, 3 of those, about 12,000 students, an average aid of about 1,900. And then we have our NC Promise tier. We had one more join that program, I believe in 2022. And so we now have 12,500 students as of last year, with an average aid of about 900 students for those institutions. And I'll pass it over to Alex to talk about some lessons learned from the program.
Thanks, Mark. And you can go ahead to the next slide and just click through the different points. So we launched in November 2023, kind of a promotion of the Next NC Scholarship. And, you know, messaging may often seem like an afterthought for some people, but it's actually really important, particularly with something like the Next NC Scholarship. For context, I grew up in North Carolina. I went to college in North Carolina. And when I was young, my understanding of scholarships was that they were for people who got straight A's and people who played sports, neither of which I did. And so I never even looked for a scholarship. And so when we are trying to promote a scholarship like Next NC, we are trying to promote it for people who may not even know that state aid exists for them. So we launched in November 2023 with a fairly robust effort. We had a dedicated website just for Next NC, paid search, paid social media. We had a Next NC toolkit for counselors and schools to use with social media posts and presentations and banners that they could use on the TVs of their school. We had radio ads. We're a fairly rural state, and there are parts of the state that don't have access to good broadband. And so we utilize radio to make sure we don't leave anybody out. Connected TV, and then we do in-person trainings and we do webinars with counselors and other ed professionals just to kind of get them ready to start talking about this with their students. Next slide. So the rollout experience, we did some research ahead of time to get a sense for what kind of messages students might be interested in. And we found that students responded really well to messages that focused on the benefits of a higher education to their future and how something like a financial aid program could change the trajectory of their life. And then we also did research after the rollout. And one of the most important points is that 74% of people surveyed ranked the fact that Next NC provides money that does not need to be paid back as very important. This is very important because in our research, we came to realize that people sometimes have a misunderstanding about what financial aid is. They may have a misunderstanding about what the FAFSA is. So for some people, their exposure to the FAFSA, for instance, is through their parents who may have filled out a FAFSA and gotten loans. And all they remember about filling it out is that they got loans. And so we often have to educate people that, you know, you can also get access to financial aid. And in the case of Next NC, that is money that does not need to be paid back. And so that is something that we hammer home a lot with people and in our messaging. And these quotes below are just kind of examples of what some people said in response to our research. They thought that a need-based aid program gives the individual a chance to be able to further their education in order to have a better quality of life. And then, of course, this aid does not require repayment. It means my kids can focus on school and not worry about loan payments. So you can see that's a big deal to people. Next slide. And so this helped inform our ad messaging. You can see in these ads, we tried to be very clear in all of our ads, the minimum guarantee of money that people can get, and also the eligibility of if you come from a household that makes $80,000 or less, you qualify. That helps quite a bit because people aren't guessing or wondering if I apply, will I get money? They know that for most families that make $80,000 or less, they will get guaranteed $3,000 for community college, $5,000 for public universities, and maybe even more depending on their level of need. We're also very clear about our deadlines. These are actually priority dates. They're not exactly deadlines, but we want to make sure that people know just at a glance when they need to, get their information in so that they can be qualified for this scholarship. Next slide. And so I just want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges of the rollout. We learned a lot of things in this process, and there are things that are good to keep in mind. I'll start just by saying that the rollout happened the same year as the federal government rolling out the Better FAFSA. There were a lot of issues with the Better FAFSA. It opened late. FAFSA numbers were down around the country, and so to a certain extent, our promotional campaigns kind of got drowned out by some of that news. Wasn't a whole lot we could do about that, but that was just a fact of the situation. We assumed when we rolled this out that campuses, community colleges, and public universities would naturally be inclined to promote this on their website, and that wasn't necessarily the case. We found that we had to do a lot more outreach and awareness building with the institutions than we had initially anticipated in order to get kind of more widespread promotion of this from the institutions themselves. So it's taken a little bit longer, but we've gotten to a pretty good place with that. The 2 points at the bottom, I think, are two of the more key points that I want to talk about. And one is, students have a lot of touch points with counselors and education professionals, not necessarily just financial aid staff. And we have found that a lot of these professionals who are not specialists in financial aid are uncomfortable talking about the Next NC scholarship because they feel like they don't have the tools or the knowledge to explain it well, and they're afraid of saying something wrong. And so I'll talk more about that in a second. And then we also found some confusion about the what makes up the Next NC scholarship. So it combines the federal Pell Grant with state aid. We find sometimes that students are confused about this and think that the Next NC scholarship is one thing, and then they also get Pell money on top of that. And so we've had to take some efforts to be more clear about that in our messaging, which I'll get to in a second. If you can go to the next slide. And so in response to education professionals who felt that they couldn't adequately explain this, we developed a more robust kind of presentation that walks them through in detail the Next NC scholarship, who's eligible, all of the particulars and fine print that they need to know. And these are just a few of the slides from that. But basically, by using that presentation, they can go through in totality what constitutes the Next NC scholarship, so they don't have to feel like they're an expert. They can just use the information we give them to communicate to students. So that's been helpful. And then we've also taken efforts to address the misunderstanding about what makes up the Next NC scholarship. Mark, if you can go to the next slide. And so, we say on all of our messaging that the Next NC scholarship combines state aid and the Pell Grant, but we've tried to be even more explicit about it, down to the point of even explaining to people what they might see on their financial aid award letters. Because on their award letters, they will often see state-funded aid listed as the Next NC scholarship, and then federal aid or the Pell Grant as a separate line item. So you can see in this language here, we're taking the step to explain to them that both of those, despite what they might see on their financial aid award letter, are the Next NC scholarship. And then we also created this infographic, which we use on almost all of our messaging now, so that they can just see at a glance that it is in fact the Pell Grant and state aid. And so those are some of the lessons learned and some of the steps we've taken to address them that might be helpful in thinking about things for you all going forward. So thank you. I'll turn it back over to Mark.
And I will just add, as we're thinking about how to market this program and how we're going to kind of write this program, a big emphasis of ours was thinking about how individual colleges could use this to talk about, for some of our lower price institutions, they can say between Pell and and the Next NC grant, you are going to have your tuition and fees covered. So that was very important to us to try to think about ways to tell students about how much of their education is going to be covered by grant aid. Now the piece that I'm sure a lot of you are very interested in is the impact of need-based grants. So I ran some quick numbers over the past week just to look at how our students have been doing over the past 2 years. One thing I also want to point out as I'm walking through these numbers and any future numbers I ever show is that students who receive the Next grant are very different from the students that don't receive it. When I looked at the median AGI, family income for the students, those that received the Next grant, the median income was about 38,000. Non-recipients is about 134. So these are vastly different groups of students, and sometimes comparing those two groups of students on outcomes, it can be a lot more difficult. But when we ran the numbers in terms of the last 2 years, we found that our Next students, recipients were averaging about 14.3 credits per fall and spring term, as opposed to 14.5 for non-recipients. So they're taking about the same amount of credits, which means that to us, the grant is helping those students hopefully work less and be able to take more credits per term. In terms of retention, our fall to spring retention numbers were very similar for recipients and non-recipients. The fall to fall numbers were slightly lower for our recipients, but once again, the vast difference between these two groups means that we expect to see some differences. Our graduation rate is too soon to tell. Our first cohort will be on track to graduate in 2027. So you can invite me back in a few years and I can come back and tell you how things have been going. There has been one causal study of the program. Wes Armstrong, who is actually the Director of Financial Aid Operations and Technology at the UNC system, recently completed his dissertation where he was looking at community college students that received the Next Scholarship. And similar to what we found, he found that need-based aid recipients had similar outcomes on credits and GPAs as non-recipients, but he also found that recipients were less likely to take out debt. Um, Next NC also support low-income completions, which can help drive economic returns for the state. In terms of financial impact of the program, I will also note that our state has a lot of things going on to try to reduce costs for our students. We have our, now generous, simplified need-based aid program. We've had flat tuition for 9 straight years. We are currently 4th in the nation on average tuition and fees, trailing Georgia. And we also have our NC Promise institutions at program at 4 institutions now. And the impact of that over the past couple of years has been pretty stark. We've had a 20% decrease in the number of students with federal debt. We've had a 30% increase in average debt at graduation over the past 5 years. And we just did a ROI study, I think a year and a half, 2 years ago, that found 94% of our undergraduate programs had positive ROI. And essentially, when students are thinking about ROI, they need to think about how much they're going to make after they are leaving your program, but also thinking about how much am I going to have to invest into the program. And need-based grants will help reduce that cost to students. Also from Wes, he is actually formerly at App State University, where he was the director of financial aid there and talked with a lot of students and noted that the North Carolina, their focus on providing students with need has a strong return on investment to the state, and that's increasing resources for students to the greatest benefit from gift aid. And said if you talk to many students who are loan averse, and I'll say today's students are very loan averse, we have found. Fewer students are taking out debt, and those that do are taking out less. And the fact that state and federal grants can cover tuition and fees at App State and other institutions has helped multiple students to decide to invest the remaining cost of a degree. We know with state aid, we're not going to be able to get to full cost of attendance, but if we can say we're covering tuition and fees, that is sometimes enough to help students to decide to invest and come to college. So would we recommend need-based aid? I would say yes. Today's students are very debt averse, particularly low-income students. Need-based aid targets those students that are going to see the greatest benefit from that aid. And having a simplified financial aid program such as the Next NC scholarship is going to reduce the fear of debt for those students. And reducing that debt is going to lead to reduced overall debt for students, and it's going to have higher ROI for your system. Thank you very much. Now we will take questions now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm sure there'll be a number of questions. I certainly have some. First of all, we appreciate the time and intentionality of sharing this, what looks to be a very promising model that's delivering on what you were seeking, meeting the goals that you were seeking to meet. So we so appreciate y'all sharing your time and your expertise with us. The the question of high ROI, that's return on investment. We've got to master all of these initials. They keep coming at us. But how do you rate that, the high return on investment in the UNC system, measured by what?
We were looking at lifetime earnings.
Uh-huh.
That's so basically we're looking at your lifetime earnings above what you would have if you were just a high school graduate.
Uh-huh.
And that is also subtracting out the cost to attend across the 4 years.
And remind us where you all are. We have very high, Georgia has very high student debt, one of the highest in the country. And where do you all fall on that measure of student debt that being carried by North Carolinians?
And that's a good question. I was just looking at some data from the college scorecard this past week in preparation, just because I thought this might come up. We are actually still on the higher end of debt, and I think Ashley had some slides as well showing that we're a little bit lower, but around the same level as Georgia. Um, so we are higher. We have been dropping over the past 10 years really
Uh-huh.
quickly. So we attribute that to the combination of programs we have going on at the state.
And what would you what would you had you had the little the different points of along with dates by 'em of steps that were taken. What would you be able to say what do you think drove this initiative? Uh, One strong-minded individual who saw the way, the truth, and the light, or bipartisan cooperation, or input from the business community. That may be a little bit off topic, but I think it's helpful to hear your reflections on that.
And I will do the best I can on that one, as I have only been at the system for about 4 years, and a lot of the discussion just started before I came on. So there
Uh-huh.
was actually, I believe, a state committee that was on kind of similar looking at affordability of higher education, and they were considering consolidating these grants. So it has been a state conversation for a while. I was not involved in those, so I can't really speak to what the discussion was or who was driving that. But I think it was a combination of the institutions and the legislator that were trying to think of a way to better package the aid that we have in the states and have a more simplified program.
Well, we in Georgia. I'll speak broadly here. Certainly my opinion, but we've always looked. Georgia's always looked to North Carolina as the North Star on higher education. Historically, that we wanted to always catch up and be in step with, and not far behind, and maybe sometimes overcome North Carolina. But we see you as the premier state well, maybe I'll exclude Virginia from that, but certainly as a close-in neighbor, a premier state in delivering with higher education. So it'd be very interesting to understand more about how you came to this point at a time when the politics that have been running around our part of the country, and even nationally, have not necessarily been conducive to this sort of approach. And I will say it's a very impressive marketing campaign that you all have done. I can't say enough about that. But so you don't know if it was contentious or just a continuation of North Carolina's commitment to higher education over decades and decades.
I think so, and I think
Not to put words in your mouth.
oh yeah, no, as far as I know, like when I came on board, and we started doing the actual modeling of this, I think by that point we had pretty good momentum to move this along. And I think like the biggest issue was for UNC system students, it was a giant black box and they did not know how much aid they were going to get. So if you're applying to college, you basically knew you were getting the Pell, but you didn't know how much you were going to get on top of that. So it made it very hard to take the time to figure out whether you want to invest in getting a college degree. I mean, students still did that and they knew they were going to get some aid from the state, but it was hard to know how much. With the new marketing we have now, you know exactly how much you're going to get, which, as I said before, students are very debt averse today. Um, and anything you can do to help decrease the kind of aversion to debt and letting them know how much they're going to get so they know exactly how much they'll have to take out, I think is going to help students enroll and persist as well.
And do you offer the North Carolina Promise is at 4 institutions, and you reference out of state. Shine a little light on that for us.
Yes, so that program is one where the state legislature invested funds into several of our institutions to reduce their tuition to $500 per term for in-state and $2,500 for out-of-state. And we did see some market increases in both in-state and particularly out-of-state students. I will say we've had, I think Virginia came to us to ask us about this program because I think they were considering starting one in their state because we might have been pulling some students across state borders because the tuition was lower at some of our institutions than their in-state institutions. So it's been an intentional effort to try and increase the enrollments for some of these institutions and keep college affordable.
And your 20% decrease in graduates with federal loan debt, that's highly significant, I would think.
Yes.
As over the last 5 years, and the 29% decrease in average debt at graduation for interstate in the last 5 years. Those are big, those are significant. Just finally, and this hardly needs a response, but has there been any pushback or any signs of wanting to end this program, to shut it down? Is it something you have to defend every year, or is the buy-in strong enough to protect the program and keep it going?
I think the buy-in has been great. I mean, I think SCAA is someone, the group that is dealing with a lot more of the politics on that side. So unfortunately, I know Alex is in the comms department there, so he might not be the one that deals with a lot of that. So I wish we had someone here who could speak better to that. But we have not heard any rumblings that it is in danger of being cut or dropped. And I think there is strong support from the state to keep this going. And it's only been running for 2 years as well. So I think the state's gonna let this go for a while and see how it works. But I think we saw a large increase in the number of students that were taking up the program. And then 24-25, we had a large increase in students this past year as well. So I think we are excited for the opportunity that this is going to help grow our student enrollment, especially within the state.
Thank you so much. Other committee members wish to be recognized? Senator Burns. Oh, Senator Williams. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. My question is, you have a lottery there in North Carolina. Is that where most of the funds come? But you also have a little destination resort up in Cherokee, North Carolina. How does that contribute to the funds for this? Do you have a breakdown on where you're getting your funds? I know Georgia has looked at these destination resorts for a number of years, and that has been the talk of going toward education, needs-based, and toward health care. That's the two things that really ring with us. But just wondering your take on that. Do you have any information on that?
I do not. Alex, do you know anything about that?
I do not. I'm sorry.
And
guess
are you saying that
those in
like
one
might
pot.
some of the education lottery money might be coming from those destinations as well, or just like a separate fund?
I'm sorry. Was that a question for me?
Oh, it's a question for the senator. Sorry.
Oh,
I was just trying to figure out if this is like part of the education lottery or whether this is like a separate fund, because that's go back to
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you to our colleagues in North Carolina. I appreciate your expertise and insights and your willingness to share. I would point out that they may be north of us, but they're a long way from the North Star. That's up in Alaska somewhere. And there was this little gridiron contest a week or so ago. I don't know, but we have to be competitive, Madam Chair. Let's start with your education lottery system. Is that correct? BLS? Yeah. Okay. Total revenue, just roughly, and then is there a merit-based? Do you utilize this for merit-based as well as needs-based support?
Is all for need-based supports.
It's all need-based. So the lottery system in North Carolina is focused on this type of needs-based system. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. And if I look at your slide, I'm sorry they're not numbered, but where you say need-based expenditures in the North Carolina system, about 166 million in 24-25, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then is that for both the UNC system and the community college system? Is that accurate?
That is just the UNC system.
That is just the UNC system.
Yeah,
So if I look at the next slide, there are about 76,000 students enjoying support from that perspective. And if the 166 million, that generates about $2,189 per UNC student for needs-based support. Is that a reasonable number?
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
And then how much?
2189.
And then how much is it? I noticed that you also support another 75,000 community college students. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And then what is the funding support for that group? Is that?
Yes. At the bottom of the slides, I actually have the community college system numbers. So in 24-25, the community college system received $20 million.
20 million.
Yes. And the average reward for them was about $300. Most of the community college students are very low on the SAI. A lot of them are zero or very close to zero.
So the average community college student is about a $300 average. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
All right. And I noticed in your SAI computations, if I could go back there for a second, early on, I liked your general info and your eligibility, but if I look at SAI, you're saying 7,500 or below. So
Yes.
computation of SAI, is it standardized across states?
It is standardized across states, yes.
It is standardized, but yet I think the proposal from Georgia Public Policy Institute was minus 1,500 to 0 and then 0 to 6. I'm just trying to reconcile.
Georgia budget.
Sorry?
Georgia budget policy.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Georgia Public Policy Institute. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
believe
saying,
that
I'm looking at
it's a-
75 versus 6, and I'm trying to understand. Does that mean that North Carolina would be more generous in support? Thank you. Let's go back to ROI. Great question, Madam Chair. If I understood your response, that was based on lifetime earnings, less the cost of the education, less the potential earnings for a non-degreed individual. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so that the ROI for 94% of undergraduate programs generate a positive ROI, so that the cost of education, the benefit exceeds the cost of education. Is that right?
Correct, yes. And
Okay,
above
and-
what you would earn as a
Right.
high school graduate.
Now, what's the 6% that did not generate an ROI?
The 6% is a small number of programs that actually had lower earnings in the study that we did than a high school graduate.
Okay, and you did that by percentage of programs, not by graduates.
Yes.
So what percentage of graduates had a positive ROI and what percentage of graduates did not?
And that's a great question. I do not have that number right in front of me, but I know it is higher than 94%. Those programs that have the lower ROI tend to be smaller programs.
Okay, that was the question. So so I just noticed that we're talking about programs versus graduates. I was trying to understand how
Yes.
that might compare to students. Again, a very impressive program. I compliment them on the rollout and in the communication, and I look forward to continuing discussion.
Amen to that. Thank you again so very much, for what you provided us today and for, committing yourselves over your lifetime in your professions to be doing the work that we're doing. Pave the way for brighter futures for us all. I mean, that sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good people, we have scheduled a break. 10 minutes, we're gonna start back with hearing from school counselors here in Baldwin County. That will be interesting. These are folks working with high school students and we're looking forward to starting back. Be in the seats, have some coffee, get some water. You know, the rest of us are out in that. Thank you all. Come on.
had some very rich presentations and facts being shared. And we appreciate all of you being here. And I failed to say that we were compacted into a shorter time period due to a study group that got called at the last minute that met yesterday in Hall County, up north. And so we had to juggle for our staffing situation and our communication staff, our press office folks, to be able to be in two places back to back that quickly. So we have a compact agenda, and we wish we had all the time in the world, but that's just not the case. We're doing the best we can with a packed schedule. I'd like to let the committee know as well that the chancellor is represented here today by Valerie Platt, and they have brought the Senate Affordability Committee questions, some responses to those, and we will engage with those, not at this meeting, but there's an ample amount of material, and some more is on the way, as I understand it. Thank you so much, Valerie, for always being on point and ahead of the game. We appreciate working with you so much. We also will be saying goodbye to Nathan Corbett, who is taking a new position with the Association of County Commissioners. And we want to thank him for his work from the office of the OPLA office. He has been in the trenches with us since day one on this. And he'll still be at the Capitol, still be at Finance Committee meetings, just with a different, wearing a different hat. And Nathan, we want to thank you so much for your work on the issue. All right, let's move right ahead. And we will have our next meeting is November the 6th. November the 6th. I knew that there was a reason I was overbooked that day. It's been a pleasure to meet so many students that are here today, and we're going to be hearing more from them. We have two school counselors. Daphne Brown Epps is here from the John Millage Academy here in Baldwin County, and we'd love to ask you to come forward and present. Thank you so much for being part of the welcoming team here in Baldwin County for us.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Milledgeville. And thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Daphne Epps. I have been in the field of education for 27 years now. I've taught kindergarten through 12th grade. My most recent classes are the 11th and the 12th graders, but now I'm currently serving as the school counselor for John Millage Academy. Forgive me if I'm a little nervous. I'm used to talking to students instead of adults. And excuse me if I correct you or redirect you as I'm going. When Senator Williams asked me to speak on affordability, my first thought was, I have no idea what I'm going to say, and I'm not sure that I'm qualified nor knowledgeable in the subject yet. I've been in this position for 4 months, but as I started preparing for this, I realized I was more than qualified to speak, and the knowledge comes from a passion of sending my own child to school. So I have a senior in college right now also, and I have one on the way to college. So this is important. This is real, and I'll speak from the heart. I teach at John Millage Academy, and we have 429 students. It's a small private school. We have 33 seniors this year, 31 juniors, and our sophomore and freshman classes are made up of a little over 40 each. In our school, most of our students go on to some form of college or technical school after high school. In the last, I think it was 8 years, that number is 100%. Currently, we have 55 students out of the 64 juniors and seniors that are participating in dual enrollment this year. And those are on our campuses, our hometown campuses of Georgia College, GMC, and Central Georgia Tech. The majority of our families at John Millage are middle-class families with two-parent homes, working parents. We do have some single-family homes and many students that are being raised by grandparents. So this going to college is a struggle for some. One of the biggest challenges that we see is tuition, books, and room and or food, room and board, which is forcing many students to consider whether or not a college education is worth the financial burden. I have 3 examples of students. I was going to use my own, but I chose 3 other students, not my own child, to talk about. And you have their bills from the school. And I chose to look at the bills because it shows all of the fees in each school, and it shows which the breakdown of tuition and food cost. I think you have that in front of you. My first child is we're going to call him Alvin. So Alvin earned Hope. He was in the top 10% of his class. He graduated with a 3.9 GPA, received a presidential scholarship of $1,000, which was split between 2 semesters of $500 each. His breakdown on his bill was a little over $9,000 for his first semester. And one of the things that we kind of realized is that the parents do not know, some parents do not know that when they get to school, they're going to be faced with this bill that is due just like the dentist office bill. They want it right away as soon as school starts. There are some tracks that you can take to defer that a little bit and pay a little bit along the way. But it gets very expensive when the parents don't understand that Hope does not pay for everything. We hear all the time, Hope pays 100%, Hope pays, 80%, Hope pays 95%, but they're not prepared. We do a good job of preparing our students to go to school, but I'm not sure we prepare our families for what they're faced with to send them to school. So, this child, Alvin, his parents felt like they were ready to send him off to college. They realized they would need an extra $6,500 after Hope paid for tuition. And they thought that they were covered and had enough ready for school to start. They decided to take out personal loans in the amount of $13,000 that year. The next 3 years, they used FAFSA loans to pay for the rest, which will, when he graduates, this child is a senior this year also. And the next 3 years, they use that FAFSA to pay for each help with food and room and board after for that semester. Alvin's parents resorting to using high interest credit cards afterwards to pay for the rest of it. So in the end, I think she told me she was looking at a bill of about $45,000 to $50,000 in student debt over 4 years. Okay. The next student is Simon. Oh, I think I put in another page on Alvin. Alvin is, I think there's a page for his senior year also in there that she provided. And so you can see the breakdown of the two. Okay. Simon is a student that left this year, and he was faced with the same thing. This parent is an employee of a college, and she had no idea that she was going to be faced with the same thing. She has 2 students in college, so that number that I just spoke of doubled for them for their first year. The last one is Theodore. Theodore is, I think he's been in college. This is his 3rd year in college. And that family is faced with the same bill, the same amount of money as the other 2. And they're looking at around $50,000. The difference between Alvin, Simon, and Theodore is the direction and the path that their parents took, in saving for college. Remember I said that a lot of parents are not aware that they're going to be faced with that bill right when they get to school. And they're thinking that Hope is going to pay for their college. Most of those students have Hope. Theodore's parents are business owners, and the person that does their taxes told them they needed to invest in a 529 plan early on. So that student has some funds to help pay for school. Okay. Oops, let's see. Okay, quit doing that. There we go. It's not moving. There we go. There we go. Okay. Dual enrollment. I'm going to move on to dual enrollment real quick because dual enrollment is one of the pathways that we use to help students earn credits before they actually get to school. I was in a training meeting 2 weeks ago. Mr. Wallace, if you will correct me if any of my slides are wrong, but we learned in that meeting that dual enrollment could be affected as early as this summer. They said that the application will not be, let me move to this one. The application will not be, ma'am?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So dual enrollment applications may not be ready in February when the counselors are normally used to getting them. There are possible changes to the funding program and to eligibility. I'll show you what that looks like. Okay. So the approved courses, it shows that they approved 157,000 classes. Those are class credits for the fiscal year of, I think that was 2026 projected. The total cost for that is right at almost 109 million. And they're looking to cut that cost right now. And so that is one of the things that we could look at to make sure that we're also still offering dual enrollment to those students and not cutting where these students are receiving some credits to move forward in their education. I don't have much more for you. That is my wheelhouse of what I have for school and affordability. Do you have any questions about the?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown Epps.
Mhm.
On this last 3 pages that you provided
Mhm.
from the Student Finance Commission, they're telling you that there's going to be, your understanding is it's going to be cut. I'm not quite sure what.
The way they explained it is that they're going to be looking at eligibility, changing the eligibility requirements for the future so that in turn is going to cut some of that funding because they won't have as many students in there. I think that's student eligibility. Mr. Wallace, am I correct in that? Student eligibility, not course eligibility?
Well, I think what we're just trying to prepare counselors for now is the possibility that the application would not be ready by February. I don't think you said anything about what specific cuts might be taking place.
But that's because you haven't announced it yet, or is it not planned, or it is planned, or just what's the status?
The dual enrollment program will only be changed by action of the legislature. What we are waiting on is being able to post the application for high school counselors in February until we get further guidance about that.
Well, that's just by the skin of your teeth, right? You know, because we're in session, barely in session by February 9th. But thanks. We'll want to explore that further and deepen our understanding. Thank you so much. There are questions from committee members?
Thank you for your input and
Sure.
thank you for your service at John Millage. And I do appreciate your specific examples of Alvin, Simon. Theodore. I appreciate that. And I'll point out that the Hope supported certain components, but not all. Is that correct?
Correct. Mhm.
And in the case where Hope did not support it, those were all related to ancillary services. housing
Books,
or
fees.
tuition and board or
Correct.
transportation or activity.
Correct.
The meal
Mhm.
plan.
They're right.
The
So
meal plan.
the,
Mhm.
the actual cost of the education was supported, but not
Right,
living expenses. Is that
Correct.
right?
correct,
And the parents were not prepared for that?
correct. Mhm.
Okay. That might
Yes.
be a challenging communications task.
Yes, yes,
And-
that
and-
is,
And going back to your dual enrollment, enrollment's a very strong program in Georgia, and we're blessed to have it.
Mhm.
Um, and your students, have taken advantage of it, I hope, as strong students. They
Yes.
took advantage of those dual enrollment. I
Mhm.
think the challenge that we face is, we support the institution that has the dual enrolled student. We support the institution that delivers the dual enrolled program. So that the student goes into an institute, into their whatever college, university of choice, with a certain number of credit hours, hopefully.
right, yes, correct.
And then what we want to try to find a way to do is get that student completed, get a completion
Mhm.
in a timely manner. And generally speaking, dual enrollment students are your strongest academic performance. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
And so that they could go into, I've had students come in with an associate degree
Mhm.
and they're 2 years into the game. And then what we want to try to do is get them matriculated and graduated in a timely manner. Do you have any sense of how your students, what the time to completion is for a dual enrollment student versus a non-dual enrollment student?
We're limited to our schedule and our timing. So our students at John Millage don't typically end up with enough credits to get into the sophomore status or an associate's.
So
I
they
know,
have 15 to 30 hours, but not more than 30.
Correct.
So they have
Right.
15 hours?
yes, most of ours have 15 hours. Mhm. Yes,
So essentially a semester.
correct. Mhm.
Okay. I think one of the things we'd like to look at is for a dual enrolled student, time to completion. Because again, these are our really strong academic performing
Yeah.
students who are moving into college credit courses while still in high school. Is that right?
Correct.
Again, as you gain insights, that'd be helpful.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Davenport.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had mentioned in one of the other meetings that that students really want to go attend college. And I'm amazed at these college graduations when they ask the students to stand if they first generation
Mhm.
first generation students, and we have so many persons standing. And I think what has happened is students want to go to college and their parents want to send them, but they have not taken into consideration that there's more than just tuition and these fees, and there's housing, and there are other things there. And they have not planned for it, because a lot of people still live from paycheck to paycheck. And you have more than one job, and you have so many in K through 12, and then you might have a child going to college. And you have not planned for that, and you're gonna have that. So I think that's one of the things there, and that's why we have these wonderful counselors who try to help that way. And I think when we talk about dual enrollment experience, there are so many students now, it's big in our area in Clay County. Because they're going to Clay State over there and enroll while they're still in high school. And that's a good program. And I hope this is my first time hearing about that there might be any type of cuts. And so I think Senator Burns is been a college president. So I know he will be right on top of that to make sure that there are no cuts to that program.
That's called colleague to colleague. That's right. Well, thank you. Thank you again so very much for the work that you do. We're now going to introduce Dr. David Salad, a school counselor at Baldwin High School. Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is David Salad, and I am the high school counselor at Baldwin High School. Just like my colleague said, there's a lot of things have already been said that I don't want to reiterate, but I hope what I do say add value to the conversation. Just a little bit about my school district as well as my school. We are a Title I school. We are in a rural district based off the number of residents that we have in Baldwin County, which is roughly under 50,000. Our demographics are made up of 68% African American, 21% Caucasian, and 6% Hispanic. Aside from elaborate presentation, I like to put a little different spin on it by giving personal testimony from my students as well as my parents. And one of the biggest and most challenging things that they're facing, of course, is the rising cost of a college. And even though most of my students receive either HOPE or Zell or even Pell, even though the cost of tuition is still rising, but the reward amount from Pell does not increase. So there's a deficit in it and trying to make sure they have enough fund to support their education endeavor. When it comes to fees and tuition, and the parents and students mind, is all the same thing. And they don't feel like they get a separate bill for fees and a separate bill for tuition. They consider it's all one. So, and including with the fees, for an example, my students receive a free laptop for their use during their time in school, where when you go off to college, you don't get that free laptop. That cost has to come from someplace else. So parents and students, they don't consider those things moving forward because they had the luxury of having this laptop since middle school. So now you have to equate at least $1,000 to $2,000. Before you get to that college, where's those funds going to come from? They also talked about some schools, they call it double dipping. So if I work hard and receive a merit scholarship or a presidential scholarship, but on top of I receive Pell or any other scholarship, well, their complaints is that the schools they're using up all the federal money first, or if you get enough money to cover the cost, then the school will take their funds back because you have gained enough. They don't want you to double dip. So that's some of the biggest complaints that I get from my parents and students. Some of the other challenges is that students, although they may be forced to get student loans or Parent Plus loans, most parents, they don't want their child to start out in debt. They want them to go to school and they want them to graduate, but they don't want them to graduate with a mountain of debt. So parents are forced to do whatever they can to offset that, even though they're getting Parent Plus loans. A lot of kids, if they don't take their route, they choose the military. They don't want to, but they seem like the military is a more suitable, affordable option for them to get a head start with their education, or they go to school while in the military, or once they get out. Myself, I have a son that's in college and one that has graduated from college, and both of them had two different experiences. One received a national ROTC scholarship, and even receiving that scholarship, it still wasn't enough. Fortunately for me, I had a 529 plan for both of them, so to offset some of those costs. And those are some of the things we got to get our parents to consider in preparing their kids for college. There are some things that we have to do on the front end before we get there. So that's my spiel. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Don. Thank you
So much, Dr. Salat. We have comments or questions from the panel. Senator Davenport,
No, thank you for,
Hold-
your testimony.
hold your mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your personal testimony. And I think that that the students, that you're exactly right. And that the students really want to attend college. They have not prepared for, the parents might not have prepared for it with the plan. But it is imperative of us here in the state of Georgia to make sure that we need to go back to a need-based scholarship in the state of Georgia. That's what the plan was set up for. That was a lottery plan in the beginning. And when you get a need-based scholarship, it's not saying need-based or merit. It's not saying that you don't qualify or you're not doing your work if you get a need-based scholarship. And it's based on merit. But all these students, these good students in the state of Georgia. And I think that we need to get back to this need-based scholarship in the state. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Burns?
Thank you. I appreciate your input. I appreciate your firsthand experience. Your students who might choose or might feel like they can't go to a college environment, is there a TCSG option for them? Do they consider that alternative?
Yes, sir. Like my colleague, we also have a dual enrollment program too,
Okay.
and we make sure that we maximize the state allotted hours, which is 30 hours.
Right.
So they do get that 30 hours up front.
They can do
They-
that.
yes.
And what is the TCSG school in this area?
Central Georgia Tech.
Central Georgia
Yes,
Tech. And
sir.
I would point out that those options are quite attractive.
Very.
And sometimes it might be a better fit for the student who has an orientation toward that environment. I assure you, the jobs are available and the skill sets are in demand. And I really hope that our younger students will recognize that one path is not the only path and that they can look for alternatives. And I'm sure that our counselors are helping them gain that insight. So thank you for what you do.
Sure.
Dr. Salat, are you seeing students who wish to go to college and are not able to have that wish fulfilled?
I do. Most of them, you know, they have their ideal school they want to go to, and most often they want to follow in the footsteps of their friend group, and that might not always be the best fit for them. So,
Thank you very much, and we appreciate what you're doing as a counselor here in Baldwin County, and your investment of your talent and your time in our students. Thank you so much. We're going to invite to present together the two young women who are directors of financial aid scholarships and financial aid. Mrs. Shannon Simmons is with us from Georgia College and State University. And she's the director of financial aid scholarships. Got her hands firmly on the wheel. And she will be joined by Ms. Kimberly Morris, who's the director of financial aid at Fort Valley State University. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about financial aid and GCSU. It's always an honor. I've served as the director of financial aid since 2018. So hopefully some of the information that I will share regarding GCSU will contribute also to the conversation of the additional need for need-based scholarships in the state of Georgia. So GCNSU, we start out loading our FAFSAs or free applications for federal student aid, typically in the November of each year. And we work all year to get our students awarded and package their financial aid. And we do find ourselves with a handful of students that, maybe a little more than a handful. The week of drop ad is typically when, and USG school is, the end of drop ad is when they would drop for a non-payment. But being GCSU Public Liberal Arts University, we request an extension. The last 3 years, we've requested an extension each semester to give us opportunity to assist more students and families in getting the bill paid. So we find ourselves at about 30 students per year for 23-24 and 24-25. It was 30 students in 23-24 and 35 students in 24-25 that we actually dropped for non-payment. And so we get a 14-day extension, 14 business day extension past the drop ad period. So that gives us more time to work with our families on getting the bills paid. So during this time, we've already sent out email communication, but we also make phone calls to the students and parents, as well as text messages to the student and parents regarding the bills. So we do make a huge effort to minimize how many students are not able to afford the opportunity to attend GCSU. So when I work with my colleague in admissions to get the number of students we may have not been able to help, or they did not believe they could afford GCSU, the number was 13 for the fall 25. So, well, actually, yeah, six one semester and 7 for the next semester, but a total of 13 that we had to, turn away. But honestly, if I had known about it, it may have been a different story, because I would try to work some magic. I don't know how it would have came together, but anyway, that is a small number as compared to probably other university system of Georgia schools. So 2 stories I would like to share about our students that are not going to be typical for our population of students, but 2 that I think is worth mentioning. We had one young man that lost hope. He had 2 losses. So once the student loses hope 2 times, they cannot regain the Hope Scholarship. So in this story, his mother reached out to me about the fact that he lost hope and indicated that unfortunately he wouldn't be able to return for the 25-26 school year if we didn't try to help him, or some funding was made available for him. So I was able to work with my university advancement, and we found a scholarship that could assist this particular student. So it was $6,000, with a little less than what the Hope Scholarship would have paid for the upcoming school year. Well, lo and behold, who did I get a call from last week? Was the mother of this particular student, because now she's already completed the FAFSA for 26-27, and they're already anxious about funding that we may have for the 26-27 school year. But unfortunately, I did have to tell her as a reminder that when I gave her the funding, or awarded the funding for 25-26, that it may be a possibility that we'll have to figure out the next steps for 26-27. So we're at a point where, she's kind of sitting on pins and needles waiting for what that financial aid package will look like for 26-27. But we do have an institutional scholarship application that we promote heavily, and the application cycle is December 1st to February 1st. So of course, I'm hoping he will complete that, but of course, it's possible he won't get $6,000 in institutional scholarships, but he'll get something to help, him with his educational expenses. One of the other things that are different about GCSU is that we do have a mandatory housing requirement for our incoming freshmen. So that's also sometimes can be a challenge for some of our students, but we do find that the average AGI, adjusted gross income, is like $66,000 for our population of students at GCSU. So we don't have a high need the way most institutions do. Our Pell percentage right now is at 21%. That was for the 24-25 school year. And it did increase from 18% to 21% because of the many changes that were made to the FAFSA for the 24-25 school year. Yeah, so we are looking to see what that number is going to be for the 25-26 school year, but of course, we're still awarding financial aid packages throughout the year. So it may very well be similar to it's usually probably about 21%, but we just completed the financial aid data collection. The deadline is November the 7th, I think. And that's the USG requirement where we have to submit the data for the 24-25 school year. So I do have some information I'll share, but as you can see, sorry. GCSU did about $78.6 million in all types of aid for the 24-25 school year. And in this data, what we're able to to compact is that parents took out 6% of that $78.6 million. And then private loans was 4%. So they are finding other ways to fund the educational expenses, but need-based scholarships would decrease the amount that our parents and students are having to borrow in funding. We do have a nil net payment plan that about $2 million per semester is used to finance the actual tuition and fees, and it's housing and food that's owed to GCSU. So that is, something maybe different than at other institutions, but those are going to be for the families that have money in their monthly budgets to actually pay a monthly amount to the nil net payment plan. So the way nil net benefits from this is they do charge like an enrollment fee for when they sign up for the nil net payment plan. But again, they do come out with less owing money in the future or having to finance the education. That's pretty much how GCSU looks as it pertains to financial aid, but the need-based scholarships would definitely benefit our students and families. I'll now turn it over to Kimberly for Fort Valley, and I'll be around for questions, of course.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much and good afternoon. Thank you all for allowing the Fort Valley State University to be present. So my story is totally opposite from Georgia College for sure. So at Fort Valley State University, we have a lot of challenges, right? We are a very high Pell recipient institution. We have 70% of our students are receiving Pell versus I think 70% of our students are receiving Pell and another 69% are receiving federal loans. So our profile looks totally different. So you all heard all of the numbers. Our numbers have not changed. Ashley did an amazing job with describing the numbers as relates to our HBCUs and our very high need student population. I wanted to take some time to, now we've talked about numbers, let's talk about the people, right? Because we talk a lot about numbers, but let's talk about the people that are coming to our campuses, that are enrolling on our campus, that are living on our campuses for 4 years and now going out into our communities. So we're moving in, right? Moving in is the amazing time of the year. Everybody's packing up their bags. They're getting their carpets, their rugs ready. They have their toiletry bags. They're ready. They're lined up because if you've been on a campus, you know there's a line to get on campus, right? To move in. They're all lining up. But if you're not cleared, you can't move in. So clear is to, you have that completed financial aid package. You have your bill, it's paid. So now you have to come see me or somebody in my office and we have to give you a clearance. But you sit at our table and you don't have a financial aid packet. But you don't have a financial aid packet because you didn't try. You don't have a financial aid package because your parent didn't do something that they needed to do, or your parent is incarcerated, or your parent has passed away, or you're now living with your grandmother, or you're now living with your sister. So guess what? That student's financial aid package looks a little different. So now I have to tell this student, I can't clear you to move in. And now this student tells me, I don't have anywhere else to go. I have my suitcase is in my friend's dorm room. Her friend has moved in. I called an Uber here. Ooh, I don't have a way to get back home. So now what do you do? So you're talking about affordability, but affordability means a lot to a lot of people. And for a lot of our students, affordability that can make the difference between $2,000, $4,000 can change a student's life. So now what do you do as a financial aid representative or an advancement individual? You get on the phone with housing. Hey, I need you to let this student move in because we can't send them. Where are we going to send them? We have to, now we got to move in. Now I'm on the phone with the mother. Hey, I need you to help the student complete their FAFSA. The parent does not understand that by you completing the FAFSA, it doesn't mean you're paying their bill. It just means you're providing information so that we can provide an adequate package to try to help this student enroll in school. But because our parents are not that knowledgeable, because we still have a lot of first generation students, that may not be a thing at some campuses, but our campuses still have a lot of first generation students who parents do not understand. Not because they don't want their kids to have an education, it's because they just don't know. So now we're talking to the mother, hey, we're walking them through the process. In the meantime, we have to still try to move this baby into her camp on campus. And now when we get off the phone, I have to call advancement because her financial aid package is not going to be enough. Because the parent credit score, because for a Parent Plus loan, there's a soft credit check.
Yeah.
Maybe that parent can't get that parent loan, or maybe they can't afford to pay that parent loan back. We talk about debt for students. There's a debt that comes with the parent's household income as well. So now I'm on the phone with advancement. Hey, I need a favor. I need help. So we are now on college campuses helping our students, these same individuals that we're talking about growing our economy. They're living on our campuses and we're trying to help them, and they're coming in with little to no resources. And sometimes that difference of $4,000 a year is going to change their whole trajectory, because now they don't have to be relying on their parent. Some of our students, that's just one story. That's one Uber story. I have plenty. It's so many students that come to our campus, students who are willing and able to get an education, smart. Some of the brightest students I've ever seen, who parents just don't have. Young lady had a full financial aid package, but she still had a bill. Those infamous packages, they look good, but Pell is only gonna, even max Pell is $7,300. The max you're gonna get in loans is gonna be $5,500. You all saw the cost of attendance is $20,000. So we can do the math and say, okay, if the student takes out their loans, the student takes out their Pell, there's still a $6,000 gap in most cases. That where is the student coming up with? The parent is not gonna apply for the plus. They can't get more money. So where does that student fill that gap? And a lot of times it is simply that need-based money that they don't have to jump through hoops to get. They don't have to worry about getting a part-time job. They don't have to worry about some of those things. So now we have a student who has a gap. We got to figure out how to fill that gap, and it lands on the college campus because they're in our faces and we can't turn them away. So that is the responsibility that we have on our campuses to help get those individuals into our economy in order to get into those classrooms and work. So sometimes that means, okay, this student, we get her in school, but how does she buy her toiletries when she gets on campus? How do they buy lotion? How do they hang out and do things to, socialize? How do they pay the $5 to get into whatever they're gonna do? Now we get them a work study job. So we're literally hand holding our students through the process, doing everything that we can with very limited resources, a very real thing. So talking about funding on the one, I think the second way that the state can help is providing more funding to the colleges and universities so that we can offset some of those costs, because we're spending so much of our resources just trying to help the student get through the door. And so now we have our parents. Not that they're not trying, they just don't have the resources themselves. We see the numbers. We know what the employment rate looks like. We know what the earnings look like. And so we're constantly trying to do things in order to help our families. So we have a lot of our families that are not willing to contribute. So how do you help those students? Need-based funding, because it's not tied to their parents. So the more we can do to help not tie things to their parents is also very beneficial. Also, a lot of these students are coming in and they're just taking out the loans. We see the loan debt. They don't understand what that means. And though we're telling them like, hey, but what choice do they have? We're literally locking their hands because our cost of the tuition is high. It doesn't change, but we're grateful for the low cost and the flat rate for the tuition and fees, but there's housing. A lot of our students are at risk of being homeless. They're a bed away from not having anywhere to sleep. This is a very real story on very real campuses, and I'm sure right here on Georgia College campus as well. These students are they're waiting for the start of the semester to have somewhere to stay. They don't go home during Christmas breaks. College campuses now have to make adjustments to students that can't go home. There's nowhere to go. They celebrate their holidays on our college campuses. They can't go anywhere. They constantly enroll in school. They're taking out loan debts for refunds. Even though we try to discourage it, we try to discourage refunds, but this is how they're funding and they're living and they're eating, and that is our reality. And if we don't do something, and we're going to continue to see those high loan debts in the state of Georgia, we're going to continue to see students struggling and coming out of school. It's a reason why gainful employment is very apparent now with the Department of Education, because they're paying more attention to the debt ratios that students that are coming out of programs and not being able to fund their education because they've taken out so much debt now. And now they're taking out debt because their parent got denied a Parent Plus loan, and so now they take out more debt. So a student of 18-year-olds can finish their first semester with $10,000 in student loans at a state school right up the street. We have to do a better job. We have to do a better job in order to get our students where they need to be. We have to give them a fair chance starting out the gate. And I can go on and on with stories of how we have a football player who's taking care of his siblings. He's in the office helping his brother fill out his financial aid. He has to go to football practice. He's young. But this is something that we do and we deal with regularly on campus, and all we need is help. All our students need is help in order to get them where they need to be. And sometimes the difference is oh, y'all couldn't hear me this whole time? Oh, okay. Okay. And sometimes the difference is anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 a year. It's sometimes it's just that simple to get that student in the door on campus and being able to thrive and be able to ensure and lock in their future. Somebody made a comment about the double dipping with the cost of attendance. So that is a very real thing, but it's not necessarily double dipping. It's a student can't go over their cost of attendance. So when you have those high performing students that are getting a lot of scholarship money, we can't give them more than what it costs to attend the college. So that seems unfair, but those are just regulations unless they're not getting any federal funding. So that's kind of what it is. It's not necessarily they're double dipping, but we can't give them more. If it costs $25,000 and they're getting $50,000 in scholarships and they're getting federal money, we can't give them more than what it costs to go to the school. So they have to, the donor can send the money back and send it directly to the student. So that's just a FYI. If that happens, you can tell your students to reach out to their donor and see. That was just something I wanted to mention. For the most part, that's all that I have, and I can answer any questions, or Shannon and I can answer any questions if y'all have any.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your stories from the real world. You all are on the front lines of looking for solutions, and I know at Atlanta Metropolitan College, same thing. At Clayton State, same thing. I mean, your litany is not singular. It is happening all across the state. That seems to call out for more state investment. I hear the term over and over and over. Heartbreaking. You are in the trenches, and you are going against the tide, looking for resources that are not under every rock. You turn over a rock, and then you got to look for another rock. I mean, what you and others like you that are in these positions of financial aid on the campuses, the steps that you're taking, the nights you don't get home, your family sees little or none of you. I mean, there are many facets to the story that you're sharing with us. I hear you loud and clear, and I'd like to ask other committee members for questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Davenport, yeah.
Thank you. Just briefly, right after COVID, what was the percentage of increase of students needed? I know that during COVID, we had, because I'm in housing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in housing, and we had so many parents who need loan modifications. And a lot of them were losing their homes, and they had children in school, smaller children in school, but they had one in college, and they didn't want the children in college really to know that they were in foreclosure before they took those exams. And they knew that they couldn't, they had to do one or the other. And so they tried to keep the child in school. So what kind of percentage
Well, the downside to there was a bonus with COVID because there was a lot of HERF money. There was a lot of COVID money that came to colleges and universities that we were able to pay and help a lot of those students with any outstanding balances that they had. So for about 2 years, roughly 2 years, we were getting a lot of that government money and we were helping students pay their bills. It was a good time in financial life. We had money that we could give. The downside is that students got comfortable with that money. And so after they stopped that, they were like, we don't get that anymore. So now that we're back to where we started. So we didn't necessarily, I don't think I necessarily saw it. I did see that during COVID, we did get a lot of money from the government that helped with those potential offsets because you had those families that weren't paying mortgages, couldn't pay mortgages. That money did help supplement on the college campuses so it was helpful.
I do agree with Kimberly. That was one of the times I found myself struggling to spend all the money. So, and that's not often, but that was the time because they had the money kept coming in from the HERF funding. But I will say, I don't have the actual percentages, but we have seen an increase in parents and students who have been requesting changes to their student aid index. So whether the parents lost their jobs or medical reasons, they can appeal to us to have us look at more current data versus like 2023 for the 25-26 school year. So we do take that into consideration. Now, unfortunately, with our cost of attendance and our student body, it doesn't often make them eligible for Pell Grant, but it would be more of a need for need-based scholarships in those examples. So occasionally it does change maybe unsub eligibility to subsidized eligibility, but not necessarily make them eligible for Pell once we make the adjustments.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're mindful of time, and it's growing short. Are there any? Yes, Senator Burns.
Thank you for what you do. It's a tough job. Financial aid management and helping students. I appreciate you going the extra mile. As you point out, sometimes our students' home is their campus. It becomes their campus. Go back to your challenges with FAFSA. And how do you, are you able to, my experience has been sometimes parents choose not to participate in that requirement to complete a FAFSA. Have you had that experience? And what's the reason?
We get that all the time. Now with the new FAFSA, I wouldn't call it better. I know that's what they're labeling.
Yeah, they call it better.
They do have an option now on the FAFSA that says my parent will not does not want to provide that information. Before that wasn't the case. We used to have to do what we call a professional judgment, but now there is an option when a parent does not want to include the information for the student to select. The downside to that is that student is automatically not eligible for Pell, and all they can get is unsubsidized loans. When we're saying unsubsidized loans, that means the interest starts accruing the minute we get our money. The interest is accruing on that loan. So it's an extra added bonus where the student can at least enroll in school and have some money, but they lose any Pell eligibility and they're now only getting unsubsidized loans. So they've corrected itself a little bit, but on the back end, it's just making the student have more loan debt. There needs to be another way to work around the parents not turning in their information. And mainly a lot of it is because what I experienced at our HBCUs primarily is they just don't understand. They haven't filed their taxes or they filed their taxes incorrectly. So we also become tax auditors and accountants on campus because when they turn in their tax returns or they turn in their information and they filed incorrectly, meaning they're married, but they filed head of household and single, we can't take that. The federal government won't allow it. So a lot of times they avoid turning in that FAFSA because they don't want to change their tax return. So it's a ripple effect of things. And a lot of times they think it goes on their credit. Like they just don't understand that. So it's so many things, but it's always tied to the finances every time.
Yeah, my experience was it oftentimes tied to a tax return filing or non-filing or incorrect filing. But I think everything we've heard today on SAI and needs-based types of support would require a FAFSA. So how does that impact your ability to serve students if the FAFSA is not available?
So there are ways so that even if a FAFSA they may not include their parent information, sometimes we still get SAIs on those students. It just depends on what information they can and cannot turn in. So it just really depends on a case by case, but that will make it very hard for a student. Some scholarships award even if the FAFSA is incomplete. So maybe when you're thinking about legislation, then maybe it doesn't have to be a completed FAFSA, but have a FAFSA on file. That can also help some of those students that are running into that issue where parents aren't providing their information, where they may not have a completed FAFSA, or that student that gets only unsubbed now they will get some help with those funding sources and they don't have to take out as many loans. So it still definitely can there are ways to work around it. Y'all should probably add me to the committee.
Again. Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Well, to
Yeah.
back off of that, let me start by saying I don't want to be on the committee.
So we have one volunteer.
But what I would like to add is that at GCSU, but we,
But I tell you what, we got big plans up here.
good.
Thank you.
I'll just end with, fortunately, at GCSU, we don't see a lot of our parents not completing the FAFSA application. And I think I misspoke earlier, so let me correct something. I think I mentioned that our average AGI was 66,000. It's actually 166,000. So with that being said, we have a lot of students who choose to do the state application so they can qualify just for Hope or Zell Miller. The 79% of our students come in eligible for Hope or Zell. So that is definitely different from a lot of campuses, but
That is very different. And
Fort Valley.
it has some history to it.
So, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate who you are, what you do, and the lives that you're working to help move forward. We're gonna stay in touch.
Yes,
Thank you, yeah.
absolutely. Thank you.
The hour has come for public comment, and I know we have several students here that who is going to who is in charge of bringing up students? Is anybody that's aware that there's some students in the room? I believe it's Legal Defense Fund time.
Students, I can't remember. Should we just start with?
Yeah, I am.
No, you want to go by that.
Thank you.
I'm Am Canil. I'm a returning student, so I actually graduated from high school in 2012.
Can you talk?
Oh, yes. Yeah. So I'm a returning student and I graduated high school in 2012. I've been an undergraduate, I guess you could say, since then, in and out of school, working and also trying to go back to university. I currently live in Douglasville, Georgia, and I attend university at University of West Georgia. I attended a semester at GSU for briefly before I had to return to my full-time job. I also was a student at the Savannah College of Art and Design for several years as well. So I've been in school most of my life and then also working at the same time. This past year, my financial aid was not released to me because I did not have a doctor's note that would clear me for gainful employment and activity. I have no health insurance. I haven't been under healthcare or under any kind of healthcare since 2021. But I have been a student at West Georgia since 2024. Wherein I've been working at the Antonio J. Waring Archaeological Center, doing outreach work, curatorial artifact work, and also traveling exhibit design work and research work. I was in SRAP in the summer of 2024, where I helped conduct research for educational outreach and archaeological outreach work. So I've participated in two undergraduate conferences, and then also one research conference at the Southeastern Archaeological Conference in Williamsburg, Virginia. My other undergraduate conference was in literature, and then this past one was an independent study for cultural and linguistic anthropology, where I traveled to Peru for a bit, and then we came back and present our research there. So despite that, I was not able to receive my financial aid, and next semester, whether or not I'll be able to return is still up in the air. So.
I'm not sure, I mean, you don't have, you lost your financial aid because you couldn't get a doctor's.
My financial aid is contingent on a doctor's note stating that my permanent disability will not impede me from participating in gainful employment and activity.
I'm already paid.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? Other? Thank you very much. Excellent, great.
Hi, everyone. So my name.
Introduce yourself, where you're from, where you live, what's connected to, and share that story.
Okay. My name is Raven Odom. I'm from Indiana, but I attend Fort Valley State University. So I just want to share a personal experience that relates to a lot of students on my campus. I'm a little nervous, sorry. Fort Valley State. Yes. So I have 2 major scholarships, as well as and I also received Pell, but I am a student who is already in debt. I'm a sophomore. This is my second year. With the expenses of housing, my meal plan, and just the cost of living, like most people have said already, it's hard to pay for school. So I do think that, sorry, I'm nervous. So I do think that my pursuit for higher education, I had to make a decision between not going to school because I didn't want to take out loans, but because I, want a higher education, I had to take those loans out, and so that is where I'm at.
You did take the loans out?
Yeah, I had to, or else, couldn't go to school. So yeah, that's all.
So you're facing student debt.
Yes, I am.
Because the loans come due. Are the loans coming due while you're still in school?
Some of them are. I have both subsidized and unsubsidized loans. I have both subsidized and unsubsidized loans. So, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Bob. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Camille.
Good afternoon. My name is Camille Smith. I am a criminal justice major, a freshman, and I attend Fort Valley State University. Fort Valley State.
Yes.
So today I want to talk about something that matters to most students, which is financial aid. I receive Chapter 35 benefits, as well as HOPE, which helps me pay for tuition, but for others, that's not the case. Most students receive some kind of financial aid, but for many, it's still not enough. Tuition, housing, meals, transportation, and textbooks all quickly add up. From students who come from low-income families, or for those who are first-generation students to go to college, these costs can be very overwhelming. Some students work long hours and take out big loans just to stay enrolled, and that can make it hard to focus on their studies or their major. By offering more need-based financial aid, students can make a huge difference. It will help the level of playing field and giving every student, no matter the income, a fair chance to earn a degree. More aid would attract talented students from across the country who wants to attend a historically Black college or any university. By expanding need-based financial aid, it can help every student get a chance to learn, achieve, and succeed without being held back by financial barriers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. What year are you at Fort Valley?
I graduate in 2029.
You,
I graduate in 2029.
wonderful. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being strong and hanging in.
I was asking Brooke.
Hey, hi guys. I'm a bit nervous, so I'm just gonna read off my phone so I don't go on like a tangent or anything. Okay, so hi, my name is Brooke Crouch. I am a political science major and I'm a freshman at Fort Valley State University, and I'm from Decatur, Georgia. I am grateful to be a recipient of both the Hope Scholarship and Pell Grant, but I have an older sister who was not eligible for Hope. She graduated during the COVID-19 pandemic, which took over her whole senior year, and it kind of took her grades in like a downturn and like messed up her eligibility basically. And because of that, she had to rely on like private loans such as the Parent Plus loan. And since my mom earns literally like just enough money to qualify for it, but like it's not, she has to pay it back basically. That just caused like a big financial burden on her. And as we discussed earlier in the previous slides, to earn like a good wage, let alone a livable wage, you have to have like a higher education. My mom doesn't. My sister is a first generation college student. She helps me with everything, any FAFSA or anything. I do it with my sister. Not because my mom doesn't want to do it. She just literally doesn't know how to. And yeah, so with that, my mom, she does want to seek out higher education, but she's hesitant because of all the student loans that's already taken out in her name, just overall adding just more of a burden. I'm a middle child also of 5 children. My mom is a single mom, and she's just overall worried about my 2 younger siblings who's still in elementary school and how they will be able to go to college once the loans are just too much to bear overall. Stories like this is why I feel like Georgia needs to offer more need-based aid, because merit just isn't enough all the time. So much stuff happens like during high school. Like high school is such a crazy experience. And I feel like you can't get out of that if you can't, because you just can't go to college. You don't have enough money. Your parents doesn't want to send you to college. They don't know how to. It's just a lot of stuff that goes on. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that testimony. Thank you. Very compelling.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jadia Hawkins. I am a freshman student at Fort Valley State University. I am a nursing major and the middle child amongst my family of 5. My mother is also a single parent. As a first-year student, I've quickly realized how financial challenges can affect every aspect of college life, from purchasing textbooks for classes to living expenses to simply staying enrolled. For students like me, work-study programs are a lifeline. They allow us to earn money and gain valuable experience and remain focused on our studies without the constant stress of making ends meet. Expanding these programs would give more students the opportunity to stay in school and succeed. When we can work and learn at the same time, we build not only skills and confidence, but also hope for our futures. I've had my own personal employment experience when I was in high school, but once I got into college, it's been difficult to find a spot into a decent work-study program, making it more difficult for me to earn my own personal money to abide by my own living expenses. Additionally, I urge support for lower interest rates on student loans. I too have subsidized and subsidized loans, and reducing the long-term financial burden on students would make higher education more accessible and ensure that the pursuit of knowledge doesn't come with a lifetime of debt. If Georgia truly values higher education, then affordability has to mean more than just scholarships, than just a few scholarships. It should mean that no student has to come to choose between paying for school or paying their bills. It should mean investing in need-based aid, housing, food access, and mental health support so that students can actually focus on learning. Thank you for your time and supporting initiatives that make college more affordable for students like me.
Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendell Padgett Jr., a freshman political science major, and I attend Fort Valley State University, one of Georgia's public HBCUs. I want to thank you for letting me share what college affordability really looks like for students like me. I see so many students studying hard, showing up, staying involved, yet still struggling just to afford to stay. Some of my friends are working those long hours, and even though they receive Pell, they're often left without Zelle or Hope and things like that. Additionally, with the rise in enrollment of at USGs and TCSGs, especially at Fort Valley, housing has also become a major issue. Dorms fill up fast, and most students can't afford off-campus living either, which adds even more stress to trying to get an education. Now, for my family, the issue of college affordability hits at home. I have a twin sister who's also in college right now, which means double the tuition, double the books, and double the costs. My parents have had to take out loans with us just to keep us enrolled, and I know we're not alone. Many families across Georgia are in the same position. Even though Georgia has some of the lowest tuition rates, we still rank third in the nation for student loan debt. That shows the system isn't working for low income or first generation students. Our HBCUs, which educate so many of them, are also some of the most underfunded schools in the state. When institutions are underfunded, students carry that weight, and it shows in the alarming graduation and debt rates we learned about today. That's why I'm asking you to support a state-funded, need-based program that gives real help to students who need it most. As mentioned, the Lottery Education Fund has money, and even a small portion could help nearly 100,000 students stay in school. We are one of only 2 states without a need-based aid program. I believe in my HBCU, and I believe in what Georgia can do when it invests in its students. Please help make college truly affordable, not just for me, but for every young person working hard to build a better future here. Thank you.
Samantha.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I am Samantha Thomas, a third-year animal science scholar attending the Fort Valley State University. I am also the youngest of my family, and I'm the first one to attend college. So with that, coming in as a freshman, neither my parents nor I realized how much we would have to come out of pocket to cover the cost of college. I have been fortunate to receive the Hope Scholarship as well as the Chapter 35 benefits. However, even with these programs, there are still expenses that are not covered, such as multiple fees that each university requires. I know many students who are working a job to cover these costs, as well as to stay afloat, but they are also managing a work study or internships that relate to their current studies. It is a constant challenge to stay financially stable while trying to focus on education. Hearing about the need-based aid program that other states provide gave me a sigh of relief and hope. I truly believe that implementing a similar program in Georgia would give countless opportunities to students to continue their education and reach their fullest potential. Ever since we were kids, we've been told that we are the future of America. So I please ask you to make that future a reality by giving students the resources they need to succeed.
Wonderful.
Greetings and humble salutations. My name is Bianca Noldine Justme, and I'm a first-generation college student from Pompano Beach, Florida, majoring in political science at the Fort Valley State University. Although I am not a Georgia resident, I chose to study here because I believe in the value of Georgia's higher education system and the opportunities it can provide for the students like me. As a first-generation college student and as a first child who is also the parent, who's also a child of Haitian immigrants from Haiti, earning a college degree means more than personal success. It represents my family's dreams, sacrifices, and hopes for a better future. Yet, even with scholarships, student loans, and the savings I carefully manage with the help of my support system, the financial challenges of pursuing higher education remain significant to me. The cost of tuition, housing, and transportation, and basic living expenses continues to rise, making it difficult for many students to focus solely on their academics. For out-of-state students just like me, we have this at Fort Valley State called Board of State Tuition, but even with that, it still doesn't cover all of our expenses. These challenges are even greater as financial aid options are often limited compared to in-state residents. When we talk about affordability, it must go beyond tuition numbers. True affordability, my fault, means ensuring that every student, regardless of where they come from, has equal access to the resources that they need to succeed. That also includes increased investment in need-based aid, affordable housing, food security, and mental health support, because going through college is no joke. You need the support that you need to get. I am proud to be a part of the Fort Valley State University community and to represent the determination of students who continue to push forward despite the odds. But I also know that many of us are only one expected expense away from falling behind or losing the opportunity to complete our education. As students, we are the next generation of Georgia's leaders, public servants, and change makers. By investing in our success, Georgia is investing in our own. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Thank you. That is so great.
Then we have 3 more after that, so.
Now, the young lady coming to the podium, aspires to be a senator in her future. A laudable aspiration, I might say. Yes, ma'am, please introduce yourself and.
Okay. So, hi y'all. So my name is Shakira Farley. I am a junior at Georgia College and State University. I am a I'm a first generation college student. I would like to start off by saying over the past couple of years of being in college, I honestly have the privilege of being granted Pell Grant, even though I had tough struggles, especially with my working and trying to help out my mother, who is a single mother and who is taking care of 7 boys. So it's a struggle going on every day. But I would like to say by Georgia having I might say this wrong, so sorry. These need-based, not scholarships, but anything that can help a college student of a degree like me or any other student, it would honestly benefit it will benefit the future generations of leaders who we are trying to honestly create, merge. It would benefit not only them, but their families. They would have the ability in the future long run to honestly not rely on them, but have someone to depend on, to rely on, to be there for. And just like me, I'm doing this for my family, but I'm also helping them out while I'm in college. And this is kind of tough to say, I do work 3 jobs. Yeah, I work 3 jobs trying to help provide for my mother who did not go to college. She works 3 jobs herself. So we are both trying to provide for each other, and it comes out of struggle and an advance, especially with education. Sometimes I have struggles where I can't study, and sometimes I have trials where I sometimes do fail, and I will say never give up on that. Please do not. It's not worth it. But overall, I just think that with having these needs-based like necessities, it would honestly help people who might be in my position, who might need like money for food, for housing, for any of this. Some of these people do not even have supportive families as I do, or some people who probably like lost a family member. These need-based necessities can help these people, and overall, and I really hope it will like expand. And I do thank all of y'all for like listening and also like encouraging this need-based necessity, because I really appreciate it.
Emily. Two more after Emily, Creasia, and then Mackenzie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Emily Goidia, and I'm a senior here at GCSU in the elementary education cohort. I'm also the co-president of my college's chapter of the Georgia Association of Aspiring Educators. I'm a of aspiring educators.
Aspiring educators.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here today to talk to you about the importance of expanding needs-based scholarships in our state. This is an issue that's very important to me because I know firsthand what it's like to pursue a higher education, but not have the financial support to do it without taking on debt. Growing up, I was homeschooled. I'm really thankful for this opportunity. It gave me a super strong foundation and it made me take initiative in my learning. But when I started college, I discovered an unexpected challenge that came with being homeschooled, which was I didn't receive financial aid my first year, like the Hope Scholarship. So I had to take out student loans my first semester to pay for my first year at Georgia Military College. My time at GCSU was rewarding, but the debt that came with it was stressful. I was determined to finish my education and become a teacher, but sorry. But I know that not everyone in my position is able to push through these same financial obstacles. This experience showed me how financial barriers don't just affect students' wallets. They affect our confidence, our mental health, and our future choices. Now that I'm in my teacher education program, I still see these struggles every day with my peers. Many of my classmates in the education cohort balance a full course load, student teaching, and part-time or even full-time jobs just to make ends meet. Our teaching program is rigorous. We are in school placements early in the morning, grading, planning lessons, and attending our own classes. It's a full-time commitment that leaves little to no room for outside work, but many of us have no choice. A lot of my peers have even considered stepping back from the program because of the financial strain. These students are very passionate about teaching. They want to serve Georgia's children, but the financial pressure is making it harder for them to stay on this path. Expanding needs-based scholarships would directly support students like us, making it possible for more dedicated future educators to complete their degrees without overwhelming debt. When we invest in needs-based scholarships, we're investing in Georgia's future, both in our students and in the next generation of teachers who will shape them. These scholarships make education accessible, reduce student debt, and help ensure that committed students aren't forced to choose between their calling and their financial stability. I strongly urge the committee to prioritize and expand needs-based scholarships in Georgia. Every student who works hard, dreams big, and deserves the chance to continue their education regardless of their financial situation. Thank you for your time and for considering how much this kind of support means to students like me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Briaja Perry. I am a freshman at the Fort Valley State University. And when I first started out college, I grew up in a one-parent household, and my mother went to Columbus Tech. So when we was going through the FAFSA process and the process of me getting everything ready for college, we were clueless. And having these resources that I had to have people help me go through the steps that I needed to take to actually apply for college was amazing. But then we got the results from the FAFSA and they showed me how much I owed to this school. And my first thought was, I can't do this. I don't want to put this strain on my mother. I'm the oldest of 4, and my little sister is going to college right behind me. I couldn't put that strain on my mother. I didn't want to put that strain on my mother. But she had to sit me down and she had to talk to me and tell me, I want you to do better than I did. I want you to be greater than I am. So you're going to do this, and we're going to do this together. This semester, luckily, I did not have to take out any student loans, but that also means I did not have no free time this summer. I have 4 jobs. I left one job, I went to another. I left that job, I went to another. I was able to pay off my first 2 payments of student loans, but I also had to put the last 2 on my mother, and that was a lot. In Georgia, truly values higher education and then accountability to meet more than just a few scholarships. It should mean that no student has to choose between paying tuition and paying their bills. It should mean investing in need-based aid, affordable housing, food access, and mental health support, the things that actually help students succeed. I'm not just working for myself. I'm doing this for my family and for my siblings who are watching me. I want them to see that if you start with less, you can still push forward and create something better. Thank you for listening and remembering that behind every statistic is a real student, someone like me, doing their best to make their family proud.
Hey, how y'all doing? I am Mackenzie Mitchell. I'm a freshman psychology major that came from Macon, Georgia. It's a small city that's like 30 minutes away from Fort Valley. I mentioned that because before I came here, since I'm from a small city, a lot of people were very skeptical about the cost of college, not really wanting to go to college, to be honest. They're worried about the cost of tuition, the cost of attendance. So a lot of people didn't go. But me, I made that jump and that leap of faith. And I decided to go. That's why I'm speaking to y'all today. But with that leap of faith, I had to deal with the cost of college. I am the oldest out of 2. I'm the oldest out of 3 kids. And my parents are single mother. And to have that talk about college and trying to pay for it. Thankfully, I did take out a loan, but I took out a subsidized loan. So I don't have to pay it back immediately. A subsidized loan, I didn't have to pay it back immediately. But some of my peers, from what y'all heard today, some of people that I talk to, interact with on a daily basis, they have subsidized and unsubsidized loans, which they're accumulating interest right now, currently. And this is really scary because the cost of college, cost of attendance is getting higher and higher each year. To be honest with y'all, I don't even know if I can even pay for college next sophomore year. I'm thinking about that now. I really hope that need-based grants, anything to help a person like me in this situation right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much to each of you who have shared your story. That's not an easy thing to do, and it's courageous, and it's worth the effort because you're opening people's eyes to the realities that you are finding in your struggle to attain higher education, meet the qualifications. Hold your head up, get it done, make yourself proud, make your family proud, and come out the other end with the degree that you are striving for. It's daunting, to say the least, and we can't thank you enough for being here today and being so willing to be candid and share your stories and challenge policymakers to step up and work on solutions. We've identified the problems, and you've spoken very movingly about your own situation. We appreciate the LDF for the work to help identify folks and get them here on the microphone. We urge each of you, I hope somebody has a comprehensive list of your names and your contact information. You know what the press always asks, you know what the media asks? Do you have somebody that can tell us what's happening to them? They don't necessarily want to hear us run our mouths too much, you know. They want real life stories from real live people, and that's what that's the gift you've brought us today. So we want to know how to get and stay in touch with you, and also inform you about some opportunities at the Capitol to be the Black Caucus has an intern program, and there's a governor's program, and we hope that it'll be possible for some folks to figure out how to take advantage of that, and we'd like to help you do that. So who's keeping the list of folks that want to? Oh, look at that, a legal defense fund coming through. We sure do appreciate you. You all have been at every meeting that we have held. Black Voters Matter. Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad you didn't leave that out. That's important to flag. Together, you can move mountains. And that's what we're up here sorting out how to do. Get us in line with the other 48 states that have taken up needs-based funding. We have a great Hope Scholarship program. We have some great institutions of higher ed. We have a great technical school network that is, I think, is within 50 miles, right, of any. There's a technical school within 50 miles of anybody in Georgia. Isn't that what I think? But that was Governor Miller's intention, and so we have a lot of things lined up. We need to figure out what North Carolina has figured out in other states. But thank you again, all of you. Heartfelt thanks to you, and you're gonna achieve and succeed. But you're people that figure out how to meet all the obstacles. But it doesn't have to be this hard, does it? It shouldn't have to be this hard because so many get left behind when it's this hard. So are there any, I'd like to ask any committee members for closing comments that you might have. We have hot mics up here. We've had our say, haven't we, Senator Burns, Senator Williams, Senator Davenport. Thanks again to the staffing. Thanks to the wonderful president of this wonderful school. And I didn't read her whole bio, but oh, by the way, she was Secretary of State in Georgia for 8 years. Okay, so in addition to many other things. So thanks to all of you who have made this a very special coming together. Let us continue. The next meeting that we'll hold will be in Atlanta, November 6th. It's available. You can watch it from your dorm room in the Fort Valley State University. Yes, you can. Stay in touch, and we thank everyone. It's been a long day. We appreciate your patience. It's 4:45, so let's get out here and fight traffic.